I want to leave. I need to follow the railroad track out. Oh, it's hard. I want to go left of what's it called? Train yard. I want to go left of train yard towards that clump of trees. It's gonna be hard. It's gonna be hard to remember. Sewing kits are good. Well, I banked fucking 56 million, which is better than the venture I lost. I have a prospect out here. I think I'll probably use it. But first, I'm going to go snag this ore.
Warp drive active.
You're looking around for water treatment. I go towards this clump of trees and I walk forward. Nice, that was a whole stack. Found my way. $14 people, not bad. 14 people on the zombie server is badass. Oh, I'm one short. Damn it, no. Oh, wait. Oh, because I don't have any cloth. Oh. There we go, and I got it. Another furnace. Looking like a good base. I think I'm gonna stop here. Okay, and yeah, we got 15 people on the motherfucking zombie server. It's amazing. Let's log off now. It got busy and I got my job done, like, you know, or well, I'm sorry, my job is not totally done. I have to pull the metal that I cooked. There we go. And put a day's worth of upkeep in here. Yep. 35 hours, not bad, not bad, not bad. We will take this metal door. We will replace any other metal doors or any other wood doors in the base. Yeah, I think it's actually right there, but I don't know. Yeah, I think we're actually good. We're good. So okay, so I'm gonna go live. I'm gonna play some Fallout 76. some Elden Ring. It's gonna be amazing. Okay, off goes Rust. Thank you for hanging out with me for 4 hours and 10 minutes of Rust, or yeah, like whatever this was, 5 hours. I do this for my sanity. I don't like doing all this, but while facing harassment. You know, it's not fair. So, I'm gonna dial in and fire up the stream here. Oh, yep. Need you to go out there to the cargo container. Okay, so keep going. So next we go vigor. So I wish to Dead Rising Deluxe Remaster. Dead Rising Deluxe Remaster. Okay, they remastered the Dead Rising games. That's cool. There's another 10 mil. Active. And let's go live. Going live with Fallout 76 Gleaming Depths. So I wish for you to go live. Will you go live or I don't know what's going on, but oh, my OBS is acting all fucked up. No, I'm trying to select you. Nope. Why? Maybe that's why. Oh, I see. So it won't let you click if you have the print screen on. I see. You can move the mouse, but you can't. Okay, okay. I misunderstood. Okay, so there we go. We're going live now. Yes, I'm sure I want to start the stream. Okay, I'm understanding now. We're going to Fallout 76, and we're gonna kill this music. I'll come back to this, but yeah. So, 5 guests here. We have Bush Yourself, Evo, Naomi, and Pipa Warrior. I will begin doing single runs until later in the afternoon. What else are we looking at here? We're going to 76 today. Welcome to the Gleaming Depths. Gleaming Depths update guide. Let's go take a look at YouTube, and we will be going live in 35 seconds. I need to get all of my streaming ducks in a row. First we go Twitch, YouTube. Live stream's got to be ready to receive the signal. Going live in 15 seconds. Yep, and we're going to say edit. This is not 12.2, it's 12.5. Oops, 12.5. Control C, unlisted, public, done, go, gaming. No, optional is fine. We'll just leave it out and put all the rest of that back. Recording date is the 5th. On save, and now we go public live. Twitch live go. We got something of a notification. Share viewership is here. Share chat. Share chat. Thank you, Glorbus, for the excellent content for my stream. I'd like to sub to your channel. Thank you for all the. Thank you. Shout out to Glorbus. So, today we are doing the Fallout 76 Gleaming Deaths. So we will look at an update there. I have 8 subs now. That's awesome. Wow. So Hawk Tua girls scam scandals crazy. CO killer updates. Deny, defend, depose. South Korea define martial law for 6 hours and stuff. All this, but mainly I'm here to look at Fallout 76 Gleaming Depths update. Official Gleaming Depth patch notes for all 24 per card buffs and nerfs coming with the Gleaming Depths. Mr. Church from 3 days ago. 76 raised element Gleaming Depths guide every mechanic phase and encounter. Good day, guys. This is Tier, and today I'm bringing you a complete ultimate guide for the Gleaming Depths raid. Fallout 76 Gleaming Depths. Gleaming Depths ultimate guide. Major changes added. D2D Gamer. Official Gleaming Depths patch notes. Mr. Westtech. Thank you, Mr. Westtech. I'd like to sub to your channel. Today we will be doing some Fallout material. And hi guys, I've already started my video as I played some Rust for 5 hours, and so but I did so offline so that I would not be harassed by shitheads. And so now I am online, and we will do some Fallout 76 today. I'm just getting ready and looking. I want to say thank you to Glorbus and everybody who's been subbing to me lately. I really see the love of the community, and I really appreciate you guys. I love you. And so, yep, and we're tuning in here today. I love my community. I'm sorry that my chat's off, but, you know, I record all day. Like, for instance, I'm already 4 hours and 17 minutes into a recording, which will be placed on my channel tomorrow. So today we are here to play some Fallout 76 because there's a new update, and we will see what that is now. It's called Gleaming Update. Oh, sorry, Gleaming Depths. Excuse me, Gleaming Depths Update.
Hello, everybody. Hope you're having a fantastic day today. Thank you so much for checking out the video. We got the official Gleaming Depths patch notes, and man, is there a lot of notes to go over here. Let's get into it. Okay, so I will link this down in the description. I just want to read this quickly. Today's update represents the largest change to Fallout 76 endgame experience. Gather your friends and enter the Gleaming Depths for a whole new challenge and earn the long-awaited 4-star legendary weapons, armor, and mods. Or head to your camp and welcome a fuzzy friend into your space with the new Camp Pets feature. There also is a host of perk card and combat-related balance changes to get into, so let's get started. Note, the Gleaming Depths update is so large that we had to move additional information to a whole new article. I will link both of
big update, guys. Hells yeah.
In case you have trouble finding this. There is a ton of update notes here. A lot of them we're already familiar with, so I am skipping through this really quickly. And it's still a 12-minute video. So, again, I will link both of these articles, I guess you would say, in the description, in case you want to go through them with a fine-tooth comb or whatever. But I'm pretty sure I covered all of the interesting stuff and just go through quick with the stuff we pretty much already know. Like the update highlights here, the Gleaming Depths raid, dive into the Gleaming Depths raid, a new endgame activity designed to challenge partly of 4 highly leveled geared vault dwellers, 4-star legendary items, the legendary system expands to 4 stars, player titles, earn new titles to help express what makes your vault dweller.
How is a 4-man party a raid?
Uniquely special, and camp pets, of course. They're real. Welcome a cat or dog into your camp with the Camp Pets feature, and yes, of course, you can pet them. Okay, so again, I think we've known most of this stuff is, you know, going to be in this
guy's level 10,000
update for a long time now.
Oh my god.
Yeah, this, like, if you go check out this article, it is absolutely gigantic. And again, I would recommend clicking on the second article that I will link in the description, because most of the stuff in the first article is stuff that you may already know, especially if you've been following the channel here you will probably
I like his music.
most of the stuff that I'm going to run through here quickly, but there is a lot of other stuff that you may not know that I'm going to get into as well.
Sure, I wish to go out. I just wanted to dump this load. Yep, and now we're going back out. We're going to make some more money. If I can run that load in prime time, I could probably just keep doing that, and I probably will. Oh, I love that song.
Mutated public events update. We've added 5 new public events to the mutated public events playlist. Campfire Tales, volatile and toxic blood mutations, free range, resilient and swift-footed mutations, Project Paradise, active camouflage and resilient mutations. That's gonna get people going there. I like that. Beast of Burden, freezing touch and reflective mutations, and safe and sound, swift-focused and danger cloud mutations. I'm not sure if I cover this in the patch notes, but I did notice that the Blue Devil, his weak point is not his belly anymore, it will be his head. So just keep that in mind when you're doing your safe and sounds now when the Blue Devil does spawn. Unless I did cover it later on in this video. It's like 12 minutes long, I can't remember. But yeah, start aiming for his head now, ladies and gentlemen. Perk card rebalancing update. A lot of us know about most of this as well. I'll go over it quickly here. The Gleaming Depths update releases with some substantial balancing changes to a handful of perk cards. Our goal was to take generally underperforming perks and make them more interesting and easier to incorporate into your builds by removing some extra ranks, lowering the cost, and changing their effect to scale with the related primary stat. So, it's good to know that they have good intentions. I think the perk card changes are absolutely awesome from what I've seen. Probably the first thing I'm going to do when I hop online. I think a lot of us should just probably organize our perk cards when we hop on just to make sure our builds are right. And yeah, looking forward to that. Adjustments to explosive VFX. We've reduced the radius in which screen flash effects appear for a multitude of explosions throughout the game. This is purely a visual change and does not impact the radius in which damage is dealt. A few of these have had sizable reductions, especially Fat Man and Fat Man Merv explosions. Please be sure to provide feedback on whether these changes are sufficient in reducing unwanted screen
They
flashing.
changed how
If
Mervs
there's
look.
any additional explosions that we should adjust,
Let's take a look at that.
No longer feel impactful and satisfying to use, basically let them know. So, I think we will not have to see as much explosions at events. Like I was at an eviction notice not too long ago. I think there was like 2 or 3 people there with Fat Mans or something. It could have just been one. Like I don't really know how to, grief people at events, but you pretty much couldn't see the whole half of eviction notice, and it was just extremely annoying. They're not there using the gun for fun. They're there trying to be annoying, and hopefully this will fix that a bit. That'd be awesome. Weapons. We have made changes to damage and AP costs for many weapons, which primarily focus on improving cases where weapons don't perform well enough to meet players' expectations. These values represent a maximum level 45 to 50 depending on the weapon. Lower level values have similar increases in damage. Damage for falling weapons have been increased. Again, check this out in the article. A lot of this I have gone over in previous videos. Just saying, most of the weapons that have an AP buff are heavy weapons, and most of the weapons that have a damage buff are melee weapons. Human-ish creature and weapon rebalance, or weapon balance. Creatures that previously used player weapons, we know most of these, will now use NPC versions of their weapons with balance adjustments to account for this change. When defeated, these enemies will have a chance to drop the base version of their weapon alongside some junk items. When a weapon isn't dropped, the enemy will instead drop more junk and items that players can scrap to make up for lost components you would receive from scrapping these weapons. Increases have also been made to components earned from scrapping many junk items in the world, so now you will also have more components at your disposal. We have also increased the rate of which you learn mods from scrapping weapons by 10% to account for the lower number of weapons you'll find from these NPCs. This increase will not affect your chance to learn legendary weapon mods. So this is another change I'm not too sure about. I'm gonna have to see what happens when we stream today, and yeah, just looking forward to getting some different stuff off of enemies and just all the changes in general. Oh my god, this, like, when they said at the beginning of this article that this is one of the biggest updates to date, I truly feel like it is. Like pets, all the rebalancing, the raid. Oh my god, this update is absolutely huge. I cannot wait to get into it. Camp and workshops. Jack-o'-lanterns can now be repaired without having to open the build menu when destroyed. Fixed an issue where the Triumph Terrence Foundation could not be placed correctly. Fixed an issue where the Raiders Lodge could not be placed if players already have a Hunter's Lodge in their camp. Players can no longer inspect or repair the no items entry in the Tinker's Workbench. Fixed an issue that caused players to be unable to build the cement truck in their camps.
So the content that they added isn't anything that I wish to do, unfortunately, and I'm just embracing that. It sucks, but I don't need to do anything in this game right now. I'm not really in the mood to play it, and I'm just gonna accept that. You know, I've mastered this game, and I've put 5,000 hours into it or something. I have no idea, and I don't really wish to play this game right now. I'm gonna go play a different game. Oops. Gotta get mining here. Yep, get to mining.
The capacitor is empty.
Okay, yeah, let's see if we can catch like an ECR. Maybe we play Bellrite today, I don't really know. But yeah, maybe I'll catch an ECR. We'll see. Gonna load a particular video. I like this content, but it's not really for me. It's kind of crazy. Oh yeah, I need to go to my history. The Limgrave starting loop.
What else did you have? The Bastard Sword. 1610. It's not bad. Not bad at this point in the game, but we get the Claymore in a little bit, which is the superior version.
Wait. No.
Now, as always, it's already the...
I want you to go back in the video, yeah.
I don't think it's worth it. Stone Sword Keys, always worth it.
Ah, yes. So I have a bit of grinding in Elden Ring to do. I just had to remind myself... Oops, did I lose FFXI? I think I did for some reason. I don't really know why. Oh, because I loaded 76, I guess. Yeah. But, yeah, I'm going to get back in. I am currently... Oh no, wait, my tokens are at a maximum? Oh, really? Let's go buy sandpaper, I guess. How much money do I have now? 6,000. I made a lot of sales overnight. And I will do wood again. Wood was a good thing to do. So, what am I doing? I am currently, let's turn on the music, because I like the Everfall music. Audio, music. Okay, so... I forgot what I was doing. Oh, sandpaper. Yes. So gotta talk to this person and do open the faction board, and apparently I'm capped out on tokens rewards. That's crazy. So come out of here and come over to here and buy a greater rune of holding. No. I need to buy material conversion thingies. So apparently I've got to dump money to do greater logging mastery caches. I thought I could buy conversion. Is that later? So, no, it appears that I'm just not seeing it. I need to go slower. No, it appears that maybe they took out material conversion. Because it's like not even on the list anymore. Let's go look on the auction house though, because I'm not totally sure. We'll go see. Maybe there was just a change as to who has it, who supplies it, or whatever. We'll go look. Yeah, I think it was called Masterwork or something like that. Masterwork conversion is what they used to call it. Yeah, like these things. Conversion notes thingies. Conversion. Weapons conversions. No. Master or something. There we go. Masterwork material converters. Okay, so apparently these don't exist anymore. Masterwork material converters. Oh, Masterwork is a tier 5 thing. Maybe I just didn't see it on the vendor. I'll go back one more time. Oh no, I'm going the wrong way. Okay, so in tier 5, 2, 3, 4, in Alchemist, which I'm not even there yet. No, they've not. They've taken this out of the game entirely. So no wonder sandpaper is so expensive. So, okay, well then, we will blow all of this on loot, on logging caches, I guess. Yeah, we'll do that. Oh, I see. They changed the way this works a bit. Okay. Oh, at least I'm not capped anymore. Look at all that. Okay. Oh, I have a golden scarab. Let's go sell that. Oh, it's only $232.90. Why are they so cheap? Really? These got way cheaper, huh? Today was a good day. I got a lot done. Okay. Oh, no, I guess I got just keep going. I believe I will have lunch. I don't know what it'll be. Or I'll have a snack, I guess. I should have some chips is what I'll have. Watch the Philip DeFranco while I have a snack. Thank you, Philip DeFranco. I'd like to sub to your channel.
Bastards, welcome back to the Philip DeFranco Show. You daily dive into the news. Today is Thursday, December 5th. There is a lot we need to talk about today, but let's start with you hitting that like button and talking about the Hawk Tuah girl controversy. Real name, Haley Welch, but everyone calls her Hawk Tuah girl. Spit on that thing. Unfortunately, in this situation, the thing that she is apparently spitting on is in people's faces. Allegedly, I'm stealing that from Jesus and Mero. So here's the deal. Hawk Tuah girl is the most recent influencer to launch a crypto meme coin. It's called the Hawk Coin. It went live yesterday after a lot of promotion, and she even did an interview with Fortune about it, claiming that it wasn't just a cash grab. Saying, you know, she used to view crypto as just a scam and an easy way for you to lose money, then claiming that her opinion changed after attending crypto conferences. Saying, I don't really see it as like a gambling thing. I think it's like a fun way to get my fans to interact. With her manager then also claiming that the Hawk token, it'll be different from other previous celebrity crypto endeavors because they're not telling people to buy it and will give free tokens to her followers and people who have purchased merch. And with that, also claiming that Haley will own 10% of the supply, but can't sell for a year. But seemingly one of the immediate responses to this coin was a lot of skepticism. Some saying, you know, it seems like she's maybe going to be talking to a judge. With also huge influencers in the space like CoffeeZilla adding, please do not put your money in Hawk Tuah coin. Meme coins always benefit A, insiders, B, trading bots. Don't be exit liquidity. And then with all that, Haley ended up trending this morning, with a lot of people discussing how the coin had already plummeted substantially. So with that, some have accused her and insiders of a pump and dump scheme, though Haley's denied that anyone on her team has sold yet and said no leaders were given free tokens. But according to The Independent, at least one investor has already filed a complaint. You also had others online talking about how much money they ended up losing. Though there, I will say it appears that there's like a mishmash if you look online of some people that seem to have legitimately lost money and other people just kind of memeing and making fun of those who did. Because really, whoever is losing money on this, if you look online, there's not a lot of sympathy for them. And personally, I find myself on the side of those that are not sympathetic here. Because I think that if you lost money on the Hawk Tuah girl meme coin, you're either dumb, greedy, or some mixture of the two. Right? Who's out there going, out of everyone in the space, Hawk Tuah is the girl that's figured it out. Right? I looked at her track record of talking enthusiastically about blowjobs in a man on the street video, and then she took that fame and partnered with Jake Paul's sports betting company to launch a podcast, and I said, this is the one. And with this, I'll say I'm very interested how Haley Welch is gonna navigate this situation. Because really, if you look out there, and for me personally to some extent, she has burnt through some goodwill. And that in part because how she's dealing with the criticism. Because she and some of the people involved here went live, and they ended up allowing CoffeeZilla to speak, and this is how the interaction started.
I'm really happy to answer any
I have
questions.
questions. I have questions. I'm raising my hand. Hey guys.
What CoffeeZilla?
Hey,
man.
this is one of the most miserable, horrible launches I've ever seen in my life.
Okay, then why the fuck are you on?
I've been tracing it on chain for a while.
Oh, Haley, what are you doing? But hey, we'll see what happens. If I was a betting man, given my 18 years in the space, the way I imagine this is going to play out, at least from a PR perspective, people are going to infect.
Come on.
Oh, hello, Begon.
You want to play tonight?
Absolutely, yeah. Just finishing my lunch. Give me like 5 minutes and I'll come in, yeah.
Okay.
Tantalize Haley and allow her to use her ignorance in this space as a shield. Well, she is a young woman and a lot's been thrown at her. She's not a fucking baby. But obviously, social and PR concerns are different than any potential legal fallout. So for now, we'll have to wait and see. And of course, in the meantime, I'd love to know your thoughts in those comments down below. But then, we gotta talk about updates around the killing of the CEO of United Healthcare. Because among other things, the social media response has only grown since yesterday. Because yesterday, we touched on the fact that people online were, let's say, not very sad about the news, to put it politely. And since then, we've seen outlets like Axios doing a piece noting that this murder, quote, unleashed a wave of social media-fueled rage against health insurers. With the outlet adding there, experts say the lack of sympathy may reflect an inherent truth about Americans and their health plans. People tend to like their own insurer, but distrust the industry and indeed the health system at large. And that outrage only grew when Anthem Blue Cross Blue Shield decided that yesterday, of all days, would be a good day to announce that it was limiting anesthesia coverage in 3 states. Where they will no longer cover the full length of anesthesia if the surgery exceeds a certain amount of time, depending on what the procedure is. With the initial news stating this would impact those in New York, Missouri, and Connecticut, the local outlets in Connecticut have since said that at least in that state, the policy was backtracked. Now currently, it is not clear if the backtracking will extend to the other states, but the point stands that as the initial news broke, people were pissed, right? You had medical groups slamming the potential decision, as has big political figures like the governor of New York. But also
It was good. Chips and hummus. new one. Yeah. Is that full on open? Yes, so we'll take a Steam invite. GeForce Now to Bellwright. Going to farm. First. Go pee. Music's good. Okay, Ian. Oh, winter. Oh, that was a deer, and I wanted to shoot it, but I didn't realize. How many arrows do I have? None.
So I think everyone healed from their injuries because the day passed.
Yeah.
So I'm thinking of equipping everybody and going to war.
To war! War were declared. Beetroot. Sage seeds. Wait, I'm at the wrong thing, huh? It is hard to... It appears I have... Okay, so...
Alright, I'm calling the people to war.
Okay, I'm full stats and prepare for an extended engagement here. I've got 2 stacks of food and 60 arrows. Yeah, my shield. Oh no, oops. I picked up 4 shields. Okay, and all set to roll.
Okay, I'm just feeding the people first.
This is Bell Right. I hope you guys enjoy it. Oh good, I'm inside where I'm safe.
Okay, there's probably a few people that still don't have food, but I don't know. No one's screaming about it right now. I noticed one of these guys doesn't have a shield. Where is he?
Oh, maybe I should bring bandages, huh?
I mean, they're helpful, but we'll also get them off enemies, probably. Okay, I found the shieldless guy, and... Oh, he can't equip them because he doesn't have any strength. That's what it is. Alright, I'm gonna just grab some food out of the stockpile since I gave them all of mine, and then I'm gonna start marching. And then also, of course, figure out where the hell I'm actually taking everyone.
Oh yeah, do we do like a 2-star?
Yeah, I'm gonna do the one that's like southeast of us,
Alright.
that's where the raids have been coming from recently. So I figured, why not hit that one?
Yeah.
I'm gonna need to expand our trapping operation though, because we're starting to run low on meat.
Yeah.
I've noticed in general meat gives a lot more health, and then everything else gives a whole lot more stamina.
Mm-hmm. I was trying to be sparing when I was drunk the other night and just not eat it through the food at all.
I looked at our food stocks, and they're not crazy.
Alright, well we have a lot of people now.
I have 10 people following me. And one of them has a bow, one of them doesn't have the strength for a shield, so 8 of them have a shield going on right now. Yeah, watch that wolf just get murdered. Yeah, we should probably loot these. Especially because they have fur. And then I'll give it all to somebody else. Let it be his problem.
Can you order them to loot?
No, I have to put it in their bags.
That sucks.
When you disband them, they will loot things in the vicinity, though. I found that. Another wolfo coming at us, it sounds like. Yep, because everyone's running over to murder it. It howled at him wrong, and now they're coming to fuck it up. That's what you get for borking at us.
I've got about 14 free slots, and I think you may as well think of me as like a precious carry weight thing.
Well, we'll end up fixing that problem as we go. You get a lot of loot from camps.
Yeah, and maybe you might want to just hand me stuff, like maybe your first 14 things I'll just stack.
You can just pick stuff up instead of making me worry about it.
Yeah.
It is nice to be killing boars on the way, though. Very valuable. Yeah, as long as everyone's fed on meat, they should have a lot of extra health. Hopefully they're all happy and don't start whining about food. It is annoying how you have to run so far to go on raids like this, but whatever.
Yeah, I was thinking maybe my inventory might be best used on the way to build a sign to every place that we hit.
You can't.
Why? Oh, why? Oh, because of the renown.
No, NPCs can't travel.
Oh, they can't travel? Oh.
Yeah, unless if you want us to fight, which we can, but we're not going to fight red camps. You have to literally run them from your base to wherever you want to fight.
Okay.
And they go faster than walking speed, but they don't go faster than running speed, especially if their strength is low.
Yeah.
Because the armor they're wearing slows them down, and the less strength they have, the more it slows them down. I've also found if you try to go too far, like when I was trying to go to the camps the last time and we were in the hills, something about they can't go too far off the beaten path, and they were actually getting stuck when I was trying to go up the hills.
Yeah, pathing.
I think it was a like zone barrier, zone border kind of thing. Like they're not allowed to just walk too far off the map, probably. All right, so it looks like there's 5 or 6.
Yeah, what do they call that? I think they call that ley line.
Oh no, there's more than 5 or 6.
Oh yeah, there's a lot of dudes.
All right, well, yeah, it's.
How would you like to initiate? You want to open fire?
I want to wait till there's a good bead on somebody, but yeah, just open it up with an arrow.
I've got a good beat. I'm gonna take a shot.
Go.
I hit him not in the head, but I hit him.
Yeah, I'm hitting somebody.
Let them tank. Yeah.
Yeah, they will tank.
I guess I have to get behind, huh? Or I'm just gonna miss.
I'm gonna start bonking. This is getting silly. Bonk, bonk, bonk. Oh, we got 2 down. If only 2 are down, we can go straight to the next fight. That's perfect.
Oh, was that our friendly that went down? Oh.
Yeah, you get a notification whenever an ally goes down. So we had 2 go down. But that means we still have 8 people kicking. And that's plenty to go on to like the next camp and hit it. Especially because they're better equipped now.
I took no damage.
Yeah, I didn't get touched either. It was quite nice.
Berry jam.
Yeah, just make sure we don't leave any loot behind.
I don't think I did. Oh, no, yeah, I did, huh? Oops.
Alright, that's looted. Where's the flag? Need to make sure the flag is inactive. There's the flag. Okay, good. Bandit camp is officially cleared. There's some bandits down the road. I'm gonna say let's murder them because they're gonna drop stuff for us. That was a nice little murder, and we got straps.
Straps are good.
Straps are the key to progression. And we're actually getting a substantial amount of food from just murdering bandits like this.
Mm-hmm.
I figure we'll do this raid. once we're done raiding, I'm gonna figure out how the hell the liberation event works, because I think at this point we're able to liberate that first town, and then
Pat.
we'll probably have to reform and go murder more stuff at that point. Yeah, numbers definitely win in this game. Those wolfos over there? I don't care about wolfos. That's why it's nice that you have a travel post that you've built, because we don't have to go all the way back.
Yeah.
The deer! Oh, the deer's running like something scared it. I wonder if there's... Yeah, there's a bad guy over here somewhere. It's a lot of deer. This wolf, like, I think a real life wolf would have fucked off when it saw 10 people walking through the woods like that.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just dumping some of my stuff. I've got too much on me.
Maybe in this world they're like starving. We don't know the context necessarily.
I mean, there's plenty of deer and rabbits out there. I don't think they're starving.
Oh.
And piggies. There's a lot of piggies. Hey, fuck, the corpse is moving. Yeah, so we'll see how we're looking after this bandit camp. This may be the last one for this little excursion.
I stuffed a bunch of food on Cressida Ainsworth.
Alright, well here's the camp. They're really all clustered up in there. Okay, I'm gonna open up with an arrow here. Wow, we didn't have any casualties. That's actually incredible. That means we can definitely keep going. You can tell we pissed off the bandits, because now it says we're getting raided tomorrow.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, make sure you loot everything.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, one of them is hungry. Let's feed her. And apparently a lot of our guys are not using backpacks right now because some of them have shit for inventory. Alright.
I'm full, and I think they are too. I don't know. Yeah. Oh no, Phoebe had room.
I'd really like to kill another camp after how that one went.
I can take 6 empty. And I don't know
I found a guy.
I found out somebody who's empty. Yeah, I was like looking through.
Yeah, I'm like, we can't all be full. Yeah, I think there... I'm going to see if anyone else has room, but I think we can hit that yellow one that's south of us still. I mean, if it goes like this last camp, then perfect.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, yeah, I've got a lot of space right now. Although the NPCs are probably about full. So we'll hit this and then go back. Yeah, getting a lot of renown, which is fantastic.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, there's a patrol we can ambush. I don't know if that's gonna work at that range.
I almost hit him.
But yeah, it's like part of me says no, we don't want to deplete our health bars before combat, but part of me also says straps.
Mm-hmm.
And blood for the blood god. That's also a thing. Oh shit, we just lost someone. Wow, those guys had a lot of straps on them.
Yeah, this guy had 2.
Yeah, I just picked up a ton. Okay, well, we've got 6 brave adventurers with us. One of them is not wearing pants.
I don't think we're going to be able to carry any of this loot. But yeah.
Oh, we'll just start dropping food and
All
like
right.
leather.
Yeah, it's fine by me.
There's always a way. All right, but yeah, let's do this shit. Once I can get a good arrow lined up. Wow, are we not losing anyone? Holy shit, we haven't lost anyone yet. We fucking murdered that camp. Wow. I thought we were sure gonna lose like 2 or 3 people.
Got an achievement. Take down 3 of the largest and most dangerous bandit strongholds. Okay.
Well, these are yellows. These are not the largest and most dangerous, but okay. Oh yeah, I'm gonna say let's loot her up, and then I'll dismiss the party, and hopefully I'll make it back to town alive. Yeah, we'll start dropping bandages. That's for sure.
They stack in your quick slot pretty well. Like you can fit like a lot. Oh wait, no, maybe you can't actually. Never mind. No, they do have individuals. They don't stack.
Yeah, I think everyone with us is full up on inventory. Okay, did we burn the flag? I haven't seen the flag yet. Oh, I'm gonna dismiss the party since I know that they are not gonna be able to help us anymore. Well, I don't see the flag, but it's not on the map anymore, so it's probably cleared by the game's standards. And I only see that one chest. Usually there's 2 chests, so that's why I'm kind of confused. Are you able to pick up any of this?
I'm trying. I'm just sorting and tossing bandages and such.
Yeah, I'm tossing bandages and eating food or tossing low-value food.
Yeah, stuff like this mushroom. Yeah.
Yeah, because fur is definitely worth something.
Yeah.
So is rope.
Got 17 rounds left.
Now we got a few bandit corpses over here too, which is gonna be more straps we gotta pick up. Oh, all this food. I hate throwing away food.
At least the gold stacks.
Yeah. Okay, well I've got enough to be happy, and thankfully you have a teleport just south of us.
Yeah.
We're gonna have to crush this enemy raid though, because we have, I think, 4
Yeah,
NPCs that got injured,
diminished.
and no, they'll be injured still tomorrow, and that means
Yeah.
they can perma-die if they fall.
Yeah.
Like, I don't want to fall behind by perma-dying our NPCs because of a raid. That's the problem, is when you go attacking bandit camps, that actually speeds up the rate of you getting raided by bandits.
Oh.
So, by clearing the bandits, you dare them to murder your guys forever.
Yeah.
I think we're getting close to the end of progression until we tier. Oh, never mind. Okay, where's the sign? There it is. I don't know how many straps we got, but I'm sure it's enough to keep us going on progression for a while.
I'm carrying 4.
I'm carrying more than that, and there's definitely quite a few on the NPCs. Let's dump our stuff and then hop in bed, and hopefully that'll like teleport our NPCs safely back to town. 'Cause
Yeah.
I know when they're derping around like that, they can run into bears and all kinds of nasty stuff that'll eat them alive.
Oh, I had more. I forgot.
Well, you can leave it in the dump box, remember? They'll distribute
That's
it
what I'm
for
doing. I just forget because you don't see the second bag, you know, yeah, without scrolling, and then I forget. Getting in bed.
Alright, so I guess this is a chill craft and quest day, unless if you feel like exploring.
Yep. Sounds good to me. I'll go hunting.
That's also good. Especially boars, remember, we need lots of fur.
Mm-hmm.
I noticed a lot of the NPCs have, like, busted up shields, so hopefully they repair their own equipment. I think they do.
Yeah.
Also, what we've seen is the biggest response, given the timing of this coming the day of the murder of UHC CEO Brian Thompson, is people deciding to share the name of Blue Cross's CEO. Right? And so with that, some openly hoping for a take 2. Some saying that disdain for the health insurance industry seems to be the only thing uniting both sides of this country. And I don't think that it's crazy to think, given the reaction we have seen online, that this could spark copycats in the future. And right now, it really doesn't look like the response is changing. And if anything, it's really only growing as we get new updates into the manhunt for the suspect. Which, speaking of those, we'll touch on some of the big ones. This morning, the NYPD shared new photos of a person of interest wanted for questioning. Officers have also said that they found shell casings at the scene of the killing that had the words deny, defend, and depose written on them. While the gunman is still at large and the motive is technically unclear, some have started speculating about what those words might mean. With, for example, the New York Times saying that some of those words could be a reference to the ways insurance companies seek to fend off claims. Noting a 2010 book on the topic, Delay, Deny, Defend, argues that health insurers' claims departments try to increase their profits by not honoring the terms of insurance policies. With the Times also reporting that police in the Minnesota town that Thompson lived in actually investigated bomb threats into his residence around 12 hours after he was shot. And while any connection to the killing is still being looked into, NBC News did report this afternoon that the threat may have been a hoax. But for now, that's where we are, and we'll have to wait to see what happens with this suspect and the manhunt in general. And then, this might be hyperbole, but I will let you be the judge. The decision to put lead in pretty much everything has to rank as one of the worst things the United States did during the 20th century, which is saying something if you know anything about U.S. history. Because lead is a neurotoxin that wrecks your brain and poisons nearly every organ system in the body. I mean, there's a reason that the CDC says there is no safe amount of it. So thankfully, we banned lead paint in 1978, lead pipes in 86, and leaded gasoline in 1996. But what that doesn't mean is that we are free of its effects. In fact, more than half of the current U.S. population was exposed to adverse lead levels in childhood from leaded gasoline alone. But of course, that begs the question, well, what does that actually mean for those people? How are they really affected? Well, to answer that, now we've actually got a peer-reviewed study from researchers at Duke University, Florida State University, and the Medical University of South Carolina answering that exact question. Or with it analyzing childhood blood lead levels from 1940 to 2015 and singling out the effect of leaded gasoline in particular. And according to their findings, Americans suffered an estimated 151 million excess mental health disorders that they wouldn't have had if they didn't breathe in all those exhaust fumes. So this is if you were born closer to 1940 or 2015, you have less to worry about. Or because the brunt of the damage it hit Generation X, those born between 1966 and 1986. With the people born between 1966 and 1970 getting impacted especially hard since they grew up at the peak of leaded gasoline's use. And so for all of them, they could expect higher rates of depression, anxiety, and ADHD, as well as altered personalities. The study's co-author even telling CNN, "We believe that lead exposure makes people a little less conscientious, so less well-organized, less detail-oriented, less likely to be able to pursue their goals in an organized way, and more neurotic. Possibly some of your parents and extended family are coming to mind right now." And according to a previous study by the same authors, exposure to leaded gasoline lowered the IQ of half the present-day population of the United States, or more specifically, costing an estimated 824 million IQ points in total, or 2.6 per person on average. Which I would say, for most people probably isn't noticeable on an individual level, but on the population level, it's like we took the entire bell curve of America's IQ and shifted the whole thing to the left. Right? And specifically for people born in the 60s and 70s, the loss was definitely noticeable, with them losing up to 6 or 7 IQ points. And so you have the study's co-author telling NBC, "We're not at all concerned that we have in any way overestimated the harm. In fact, the estimate might be an undercount since the study didn't measure all possible sources of lead exposure. Because as mentioned, lead still contaminates water pipes, house paint, children's toys, and soil in many parts of the country. Plus, this study only considers mental health effects, but physical ailments are a big thing too, which is why you had the co-author saying to CNN, "Millions of Americans are walking around with an unknown, invisible history of lead exposure that is likely influenced for the worse how they think, feel, and behave." So yeah, it wasn't that a fun thing to learn about? But then taking a quick breather from the news, it is the season of giving, and I love sharing my favorite finds when they come with amazing discounts. Like for example, 40% off the best sheets I have ever owned thanks to our sponsor, Cozy Earth, where these folks have mastered the art of comfort. And Cozy Earth's bamboo sheet set, it makes the perfect holiday gift. It's all about giving the gift of unmatched coziness, transforming every night into a high-end feeling experience. Crafted from bamboo-derived viscose, these sheets help regulate temperature year-round. I mean, whether it's freezing or warm, they've got you covered. Also, let's not forget their Cityscape collection, right? Hoodies and sweatpants designed for ultimate comfort and practicality. Perfect for lounging or tackling holiday errands in style. And Cozy Earth takes everyday luxury to the next level, making their products the kind your loved ones will actually use and truly appreciate. And durability? Check. These sheets do not pill, and they stay incredibly soft even after countless washes. Plus, their 10-year warranty on bedding and bath items speaks for itself. So this holiday season, wrap your loved ones in luxury with Cozy Earth. Just head to CozyEarth.com/DeFranco, use code DeFranco, and get 40% off to give the gift of comfort they'll never forget. And order by December 13th for free shipping. Or, if you need it faster, expedited shipping is available until December 20th. Just remember, CozyEarth.com/DeFranco, code DeFranco. And if you fill out a post-purchase survey, let them know the PDS sent you. But then, for this next deep dive, I'm going to do it at my standing desk because my legs are falling asleep. Okay, here we go. So we should talk about Donald Trump and immigration, because he's been making some big promises, and so we've talked a little bit about what to expect, but we should really deep dive into it. And so to start, we should actually go back to the first time that Trump was elected. Right, in 2017, he started his presidency pledging to deport millions of immigrants as well. And in the end there, he really found that it wasn't that simple. Right, there were also sorts of logistical, financial, and legal obstacles, and finally, there was a public outcry when he began separating migrant families at the border, all of which eventually led to him reversing course and signing an executive order that ended the practice. But here's the thing, even though that happened, there's a reason to believe that things will be different this time. It's why we're seeing people like Lee Galern, an ACLU lawyer who challenged some of Trump's first-term immigration policies, saying, as bad as the first Trump administration was for immigrants, we anticipate it will be much worse this time. And this in part because not only did Donald Trump win the presidency, he has the House and the Senate on his side. And while it's true that he had that as well in 2016, the makeup of the Republicans there, it's different. There are actually a number of Republican senators that push back more. Like, for example, nearly a dozen GOP senators once opposed his attempts to use emergency powers to take funds to build the border wall. Whereas now, it doesn't really seem like we should expect numbers like that to pop up. And then on top of that, he's also now starting his term with a conservative Supreme Court majority that he was able to put into place near the end of his first term. A Supreme Court that has also potentially emboldened Trump with its decision on presidential immunity. And more notably, connected to the immigration issue specifically, it ruled in 2022 that lower courts cannot issue injunctions on immigration enforcement policies. With that meaning, whatever potentially illegal policies Trump implements, they can stay in place even as challenges work their way through the system. And notably, all of this is a lot of people believe what Trump's been putting out there. Like, according to a recent poll, 64% of Americans wrongly believe immigrants receive more in welfare and benefits than they pay in taxes. And similarly, more than half wrongly believe unauthorized immigration is linked to rising crime. Though, of course, this also is people have argued that any extra crime being done by people that are not supposed to be here, that's unacceptable. And so with all that, half of Americans reportedly support mass deportations of undocumented immigrants. And notably, that includes 42% of Democrats. And to that point, we've seen that shift at the local and state level as well, especially as border states started busing migrants from the border to blue cities back in 2022. Right, many of them were so-called sanctuary cities. But now we've seen them clearing encampments and evicting migrants from public shelters. And with that, you have people like Chad Wolf, who is Trump's acting Homeland Security Secretary, claiming that Trump will have more leeway to make major changes, saying voters have repudiated what he called the chaos at the border under Biden, and adding, I think the American people as a whole are much more open to his policies because they've seen what's happened over the last 4 years. And to that point, while Trump is planning a border crackdown, Biden arguably already started one, or at least continued what began under Trump before. And actually, in their campaigns, both Trump and Harris were pledging to impose some of the most restrictive immigration, asylum, and border policies in decades. So with that, one of the big ways that it's going to be different from Trump last time and this time is that he's just way more prepared. With us, for example, seeing the likes of immigration lawyer Hassan Ahmad saying the Trump administration's incompetence during the first term was the silver lining that allowed many of his policies to be stopped. And adding, I'm not expecting that to happen nearly as much during his second term. They eventually figured it out, how to program the machine. And with that, the man behind a lot of it is Stephen Miller. He was the primary architect of Trump's first term immigration policy and will be Trump's deputy chief of staff for policy this time around. And he's not hiding any of his cards. Right? He has told the New York Times that the incoming administration is planning a blitz designed to overwhelm immigrant rights lawyers, and saying any activists who doubt President Trump's resolve in the slightest are making a drastic error. Trump will unleash the vast arsenal of federal powers to implement the most spectacular migration crackdown. And as far as specifics, Miller said Trump would move away from the ICE practice of arresting specific people of interest, and instead carrying out workplace raids and other sweeps in public spaces aimed at arresting many unauthorized immigrants all at once. Trump's also reportedly planning to reassign other federal agents and deputize local police officers and National Guard soldiers voluntarily contributed by Republican-run states. And then with that, Miller has also claimed Trump would invoke the Insurrection Act of 1807 at the border, enabling the use of federal troops to apprehend migrants. And then, just because of the sheer number, right, the magnitude of arrests and deportations being contemplated, they plan to build vast holding facilities that would function as staging centers. With us also seeing Miller saying that he would try again to overturn something known as Flores Settlement, or which is a long-standing court order that says that the government cannot indefinitely hold children. And to that point, Trump has repeatedly declined to rule out restoring detention for migrant families. And he hasn't given a clear answer on whether he would again try to separate migrant parents and children. Although very notably there, right, Trump's new border czar, Tom Homan, he championed the family separation policy in the first term. Though more recently he's talked about expelling the entire families. And then, with all this, right, moving forward, Trump would reportedly significantly expand a form of fast-track deportations known as expedited removal, right, which denies undocumented immigrants of the usual due process. He's also repeatedly pledged to invoke the Alien Enemies Act of 1798, which empowered the president to quickly deport foreign nationals without a hearing. And that would reportedly be specifically to expel suspected members of drug cartels and criminal gangs, also without due process. Which for a lot of people on the surface, they're not going to care, right? If they're members of a drug cartel, if they're members of a gang, most people think, fuck them. But the concern and criticism is, without due process, how do you make sure that they're actually members of a gang or a cartel? And this notably, as people say, if you look at the history of the law, it's very telling. Because reportedly, it's only been used 3 times. The War of 1812, World War I, and World War II, when it was employed to justify internment camps for people of Japanese, German, and Italian descent, right? Things normally associated with just historical shame for the states. And this, as people pointed out, that Trump has admitted that his plan is to carry out the largest domestic deportation operation in American history that's modeled on the Eisenhower model. With that, referring to a controversial 1950s deportation program where hundreds of thousands of Mexican immigrants were rounded up, separated from their families, and sent back to Mexico on buses, planes, and boats. Now, with all that, Trump and his allies said, as far as the priority, that'll be the deportation of criminals and national security threats. But there, you have people noting that's already policy. And in fact, one former advisor said he expects Trump to repeal Biden's policies that limit deportations mostly to serious criminals and recent border crossers. And actually, with all that, you have some saying that Trump's efforts here, it's going to make it harder to tackle crime. And this because about half of ICE's 21,000 employees are part of its Homeland Security Investigations Unit, which is a unit that focuses on transnational crime, things like drug smuggling and child exploitation, rather than immigration enforcement. But several Trump allies said that the unit would need to spend more time on immigration. And notably, that's as the unit has reportedly distanced itself from ICE's immigration work in recent years. But I'm saying fear of deportation made it harder for its investigators to build trust in immigrant communities. And to that point, a recent analysis from the Cato Institute, which is a libertarian think tank, concluded that Trump's agenda might actually make the country less safe, with it saying that it would shift focus away from the removal of immigrants who do commit crimes. And with that, arguing that we already saw that in Trump's first term, claiming that while Trump was prioritizing prosecutions of migrant parents, separating families, and banning asylum, it also released criminals, including those who went on to commit crimes. And the Institute ultimately arguing that Trump's policies actually led to far more attempted illegal crossings by individuals with criminal convictions. Though, with all that, I do not want to act like nothing is happening at the border. There has been an uptick in border crossings, and that comes with real challenges. Right? For example, unlike past migrant influxes, people coming over the last 4 years have more often been people without relatives already living in the U.S., meaning that they've been relying more on cities and towns to provide shelter and food at a cost of billions of dollars. But this also, as many argue, that the more math that you do on this, it actually shows that the immigration is a net positive for the country.
Yeah.
Because seeing things like, for example, the American Immigration Council, which I should say is an immigrant advocacy group, estimating that the cost of deporting 13 million immigrants in the U.S. illegally as being $968 billion over a little more than a decade, right, which is just the deportation part. They also argue that there's value that the immigrants bring
see
to
if
the
I can get some
economy.
headshots
Trump
before
campaigned
they
on the
reach
idea that the mass
town.
deportation of undocumented
Yeah, if you
immigrants
can
would lead
thin
to
them
more
just
jobs
because we
and
do
higher
have
wages.
injured
But
people, that
studies
Yeah,
of
that was
large-scale
my-
deportations
that was
have
my
found that these
feeling.
expulsions actually do
Okay.
the opposite.
Yeah, when no
With
one's
that,
injured,
a
I'm like,
report from
you're
the
wasting
Congressional
your
Budget
time.
Office
But
found
right
increased
now it'd be
immigration is expected to drive higher economic growth and labor supply, grow federal revenues, and shrink deficits over the next 10 years. Whereas Trump's immigration policies could lead to higher prices, slow job growth, lower pay, and threaten funding for social safety nets like Social Security and Medicare. With Robert Lynch, for example, professor emeritus of economics at Washington College, saying
Hi, guys, I love you.
undocumented people are currently earning hundreds of billions and spending hundreds of billions on food, clothing, shelter. And adding, if you remove those people from the economy, American businesses will sell less. When they sell less, they're going to produce less, and we'll need fewer workers and lay off workers. Incomes will fall. And then, with all that, people's big problem isn't necessarily with immigration, but rather what's considered illegal immigration. Right? 65% of Americans reportedly think that the U.S. should make it easier for anyone seeking a better life to enter legally so they don't need to enter illegally. And 58% say they support expanding legal pathways for orderly immigration. And this is 46% said asylum seekers should be protected if their cases are legitimate. And while Trump has said that he supports certain legal immigration, notably, he also may pave the way for the deportation of hundreds of thousands of migrants who are actually authorized to be here. Because his transition team is reportedly considering ending 2 Biden programs that have allowed more than 1.3 million immigrants to enter the United States legally, making those who entered but have not yet received asylum eligible for deportation. But hey, ultimately, here's the deal. January 20th, he is going to be president, and he is going to have the House and the Senate. We know that moves are going to be made, but how it's going to turn out, that remains unknown right now. Both sides have been and are currently preparing for this. But for now, we'll have to wait and see. But of course, in the meantime, I'd love to know your thoughts here. As you know, it is a very divisive topic, and as we discussed, it is a very complicated one as well. But then, taking a quick breather, from the news, are you looking for that cool, practical special gift that's thoughtful and useful without being boring? Well, enter today's sponsor, Raycon Everyday Earbuds. Raycon's Everyday Earbuds are a must-have for any audio lover and make for an amazing holiday gift. And if they already have a pair, everyone can always use a backup. But also, here's why they're my go-to, not only for me, but for gifting. Their 32-hour battery life, whether I'm hiking, biking, or relaxing with a podcast, they last all day. Active noise cancellation, it's a must-have for traveling or just tuning out distractions. Multi-point connectivity, right? Seamlessly pairs with 2 devices at once. Plus, they're designed for comfort with no more earaches or worrying about them falling out. And the variety of fun colors and stylish protective case covers, it's a nice touch. The cases even support wireless charging. Just 10 minutes gives you 90 minutes of playtime. So head to buyraycon.com/DeFranco to save big for the holidays and get up to 25% off site-wide. Yes, really, you'll get up to 25% off everything on Raycon's website when you go to buyraycon.com.
They are ignoring me and running straight for the town.
Don't forget, Raycon offers a 30-day
I got
free
one of
return
them.
policy, so there's 0 risk. Go check it out and treat
Maybe
yourself
two.
or somebody else for the holidays.
Yeah,
But
2.
then, we need to talk about
They'll
the
probably
Memphis
turn around and
police
head
just
your
being
way
on some
shortly.
Oh, no,
wild
yeah, they're
shit.
coming back
Because I
now.
know that this isn't news to anyone that actually
Yeah,
lives
there's
there.
definitely
The
some
Memphis
kind of
actually got to see
waypoint
for
bug like
themselves
that,
what was up
but
when the cops
they
beat
turn around
Tyree
eventually
Nichols to death
all
during a
the
traffic
time,
stop.
every time.
But notably, after that body cam footage of that killing shocked the country, Biden's Justice Department opened a civil rights investigation into the Memphis Police Department. And now, 17 months later, the DOJ has revealed its disturbing findings in a 73-page report. So let's go down the list of allegations, starting with the systemic use of excessive force in violation of people's rights. Because reportedly, officers punched, kicked, and used other force against people who were already handcuffed or restrained. Acts which were nearly always approved after the fact by supervisors. Also,
third
officers
one.
resorted to force likely to cause pain or injury almost immediately in response to low-level non-violent offenses, even when people were not aggressive. They also reportedly fired at moving cars and resorted to intimidation and threats, as well as detaining people without adequate justification and conducting invasive searches of people in cars. And this is you with the DOJ saying they relied on traffic stops to address violent crime and didn't understand the limits of their authority, resulting in dismissed cases and dropped charges.
another?
And even when doing all of that, the department also wasn't even good at solving violent crime. Like, they only made an arrest in 14% of the murders last year compared to 50%
everyone's
on
mobilized, and I'm
average for the
heading over.
country. With also this report detailing several specific cases of brutality that exemplify the patterns that they're talking about. Like, for example, when officers hit a handcuffed man 8 times in the face and torso with a baton, or when they pepper sprayed another handcuffed man inside the backseat of a squad car and left him inside with the doors closed despite his pleas that he couldn't breathe. Or how about when they pepper sprayed, kicked, and tased an unarmed, mentally ill man who shoplifted a $2 soft drink from a gas station, with ultimately 9 squad cars and 12 officers responding to the scene there. With the man reportedly putting the drink down, trying to leave, but then the cops shoved him against a squad car, kneed him, pulled him to the ground, and then stunned him with the taser repeatedly, even after he was handcuffed. And all of this, as the report also concluded, that the MPD treated black people more harshly than white people who committed the same crimes. With them finding statistically, the department was 21% more likely to cite black drivers for driving violations and 17% more likely to arrest or cite black people for drug-related offenses. And on the note of race, they found that over a nearly 6-year period, officers arrested 180 black children for curfew or loitering violations, but only 4 white kids for the same offenses. And for disorderly conduct, the ratio of white to black was a staggering
There we go. Yeah, they're looting bandit
100 to 1.
bodies.
Regarding
At least the
black
ones that
children
aren't too far
specifically,
away.
they said that they were in particular experiencing aggressive and frightening encounters with the officers. And there, they pointed to examples like this one 8-year-old boy with behavioral health issues who had at least 9 encounters with the officers over
Only
roughly a
had one of
21
them
period,
fall
during
over.
which this says he was repeatedly threatened, pushed, handcuffed, or thrown. And so with all this, you have the DOJ listing some potential reforms, including new force training, required documentation of stops and searches, better discipline practices for misconduct, and improved transparency. And the agency wants to enforce these changes through a consent decree, which would have to be approved by a federal judge, agreed to by the MPD itself, and overseen by an independent monitor. But shocker, that does not look like it's going to happen. Because in a letter to the DOJ, the Memphis city attorney said that they would not accept a decree until they could review and challenge the report. With her saying, from what we understand, consent decrees remain in place for an average of more than 10 years, with absolutely no controls to ensure timely completion or consideration for the financial impact of the affected community. Such a proposal is not the right solution for Memphis. Right, so what she's referring to there when she mentions the financial impact are the fines that Memphis would have to pay for every violation of the decree, which notably opponents of this move argue would cost the city tens of millions of dollars and ultimately hurt the poor communities that it's meant to help. But really, either way, what I would say is we should not actually expect anything to happen here. Because the Trump Justice Department is obviously going to be different than the Biden Justice Department. And to understand why, you really only have to look at recent history. Right, Obama used decrees, then Trump didn't, and then Biden did, and now Trump's expected not to again. Which is going to be incredibly consequential, not just for Memphis, but a dozen other cities under DOJ scrutiny as well. Because the feds have already released similar reports detailing systemic police misconduct in Minneapolis, Minnesota, Louisville, Kentucky, Phoenix, Arizona, Arizona, Lexington, Mississippi, and Trenton, New Jersey. With probes ongoing in 6 other police agencies, though none have locked into consent decrees yet. Right? So I guess the point of talking about this is, 1, to know something is happening, and 2, if you wonder why nothing's being done about it, there you go. It's not the only, but it's gonna be one of the reasons. But then we gotta talk about what's being described as the worst telecom hack in our nation's history, right? Because it's very possible that you're someone that's been affected to some degree. With us now seeing the White House confirming that at least 8 of the country's telecommunications companies have been infiltrated by a Chinese hacking group dubbed Salt Typhoon. Though also, if you're one of the international folks that watches, this could affect you as well, because companies in dozens of other countries have also reportedly been targeted as well. And so with all that, right, the details about Salt Typhoon's cyber espionage campaign actually started coming out a few months ago, when, for example, Verizon, AT&T, T-Mobile, and Lumen were identified as companies that may have been hacked. Although among those companies, you had T-Mobile saying it doesn't believe that hackers got access to customer information, and Lumen also saying there was no evidence of customer data being accessed on its network. But Verizon, on the other hand, said that it became aware that a highly sophisticated nation-state actor accessed its and several other companies' networks, and adding there that the incident was focused on a very small subset of individuals in government and politics. But now, this is the most substantial public acknowledgement by the government concerning the scale and reach of the operation, with it also being the first time officials are confirming the number of U.S. carriers known to be affected, with one senior official also saying that the global tally of countries impacted was currently believed to be in the low couple dozen, and notably adding that the hacking activity dates back to at least a year or two, with the unnamed official also not providing specifics about the number of individuals affected, but saying, "We believe a large number of Americans' metadata was taken. We do not believe it's every cell phone in the country, but we believe it's potentially a large number of individuals that the Chinese government was focused on." And so with that, let's talk about metadata, right? Because as explained here by The Guardian, the metadata that we're talking about here is sometimes described as the who, what, when, and where of phone call, right? It doesn't include the content of a call, but it can tell someone who you called, how long it lasted, and where you made the call from. And so with that, even without the content, it can reveal a lot about a person's life, work, and intimate relationships, especially if they have a lot of it. But then beyond that, in this case, the metadata reportedly may have been a way of identifying the phone lines of senior government officials, which the hackers then targeted to actually steal unencrypted text messages and even listen in on some phone calls. And specifically there, it's been reported that Donald Trump, J.D. Vance, and the Kamala Harris campaign have been among the targets. And this is due to Biden's Deputy National Security Advisor for Cyber and Emerging Tech simply saying that the hacking group had gained access to communications of senior U.S. government officials and political figures, but also adding there that classified communications had not been compromised. Though notably also saying, "We do not believe any have fully removed the Chinese actors from these networks." And another senior official claiming that it was impossible for the agencies to predict the time frame on when we'll have full eviction. And so with all that, we're seeing the FBI and the Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security Agency issuing new guidance to the country's telecom companies to help root out the hackers and prevent attacks in the future. With that, including tips like ensuring the traffic is end-to-end encrypted to the maximum extent possible. You also have officials recommending that Americans use encrypted messaging apps to ensure their communications stay hidden from foreign hackers, which if you're not familiar, some of the most popular messaging apps out there include WhatsApp and Signal. But what's really interesting about all this is that the FBI and other federal law enforcement agencies, they have long and repeatedly advocated against end-to-end encryption. Right? They've said that it keeps them from accessing the information they need to prosecute crimes and prevent terrorism. Right? So a bit of a change of tune, we'll call it. But for now, we're gonna have to wait to see what happens, right? This issue's been brought before the Senate with them vowing to do something about it. But whatever else there is to do, I mean, that remains to be seen right now. And then, so I don't know if you've noticed, but political chaos seems to be just the name of the game internationally right now. With now the most recent spotlight being on France right now. Right? And that because yesterday, lawmakers there passed a no-confidence measure against Prime Minister Michel Barnier, forcing him to resign, which was a standout thing in general, but also it was the first successful no-confidence vote in France in over 60 years. Not to mention that it made the Prime Minister's 3-month-old government the shortest lived in the history of France's Fifth Republic. Right? But to understand this, what triggered the vote was the Prime Minister forcing through a budget proposal without the approval of Parliament's lower house, which is an executive power that the Prime Minister is given under Article 49(3) of the French Constitution. It's a so-called nuclear option. It's rarely ever actually used and almost never popular, and this time it was exactly the excuse that the opponents in the National Assembly were looking for. And that notably included both the Assembly's left-wing coalition and the far-right National Rally Party. They voted together to pass a no-confidence vote. Though also with that, this is especially being seen as a victory for the National Rally Party and its leader, Marine Le Pen. She and her father before have been fixtures of French politics for decades now, and in the past 2 presidential elections, she lost to current President Emmanuel Macron both times in the second round. This also, notably as Le Pen and members of her party are now accused of embezzling millions of euros of European Parliament funds, with prosecutors seeking a 5-year ban on public office that would prevent her from running for president in the next election in 2027. And the verdict there is expected in late March, and so Le Pen, she may be hoping that the chaos pushes Macron to resign, because that, would be an even bigger clear win because the next election would happen before the deadline, right before that. And in fact, last week she was telling journalists, quote, he won't have very much choice but to resign if he's confronted with enough government instability. Though also with that, you have analysts and those around Macron repeatedly saying that it is unlikely that he will step down. Though this also is, there's really no doubt out there that he is as weak as he has ever been.
Short
Because this
swords
chaos
and
that we're seeing right now, it
the
didn't
weapon
just
thing.
start this week.
Ooh.
It's probably best to look back to last June, for example, where Macron dissolved the parliament and called a snap election. With his
They are
hope there
pretty
being that his
nice.
party would win big and prove that the national rally support was limited, but that clearly backfired. With in fact, what happened being that the National Rally ended up as the single biggest party in the assembly. And although a coalition of left-wing parties actually won more seats overall, no one had a majority. And so Macron appointed the center-right Barnier to try and break the deadlock. With then the left vowing to bring down Barnier, basically leaving Le Pen with the power to topple the government at any time. Something that notably she held off using until right now. And as far as what's next here, Macron reportedly hopes to name a new prime minister before Saturday's unveiling of Notre Dame. But as of making this video, it is not clear who that will be or if anyone will actually be satisfied enough to keep this from happening again. One of the biggest
Where's
concerns
the
being
weapon
that
rack? I've
deadline
not
to
been
finalize
to it
next year's
yet.
budget is just December 21st. And so now
I have
it appears
stashes.
virtually impossible that the
Ugh,
deadline's going to be met
stashes,
because
is there some-
Parliament's supposed to have 70
Stashes.
days to examine the
Stashes.
budget once it's submitted. Now that said, the government should be able to roll this year's budget over to 2025, temporarily keeping public workers paid and operations running until a new budget can be adopted. But as places like the Washington Post have explained, there are debatable legal questions
Wow,
about
I got
what
a
powers can be
fucking
used by an overthrown
amazing
government in an interim
follower.
role. So really, like, if someone puts up a stinker or wants
Yeah,
to
he
cause
had a
chaos,
quest to, like, give
this
him a
could
short
sink the
sword.
country
So I
even
gave it to
further
him.
into it. And so with that, and with
So he's
France's
got
economy
a
going
sword
slowly
perk.
and burdened with a massive
So
deficit,
plus
there is a
3
real concern
one-handed,
about the financial
50%
and
cutting
economic fallout
damage,
as well here.
20%
Then finally
attack
today,
speed,
I want
and
to
he
end with a
takes
thank you
half
and to talk
piercing
about
damage
yesterday.
from arrows.
Starting with a massive thank you.
Nice, dude. That's good.
He's also stalwart, so he has half productivity and 50% combat attributes bonus.
What's productivity? Is that like yield or something?
No, it's work stuff.
Well, yeah, I meant like work stuff, like when they go like chop
He does
something.
not sow the field.
No.
No, but he has 4 out of 5 strength, 8 out of 10 one-handed, 3 out of 7 agility, 5 out of 7 two-hand, 4 out of 6 shield. This guy's a fucking beast.
Yeah, he's a soldier.
He's
Crimson Reed.
yeah, he's a very much soldier. It's interesting because I gave him a sword, but he doesn't have one in his inventory. He has a mace. So I'm gonna have to give him another sword and take the mace from him, I think.
Oh, I
Because-
like this sword way more. The swing is much better.
Yeah, weapons have different swing speeds on them, I've noticed.
Yeah. With survival, rate of fire is king. Even more so than damage most of the time. Stupid. Like in Rust, the faster your weapon is, the more powerful you are considered to be on the map. So when you reach M249 suppressed on the roof, that's that's like the pinnacle. That and L9 sniper rifles that shoot 210 meters, headshot kill. And the M249 spits out, what is it? It's like 300 rounds and 60 or whatever it is. I forget. 6 seconds or whatever it is. Same with melee weapons in like 76. Faster you can, oh sorry, the more rate of fire you have, the better. Because each hit has its own damage calculation. So the more damage calculations, even if they're small, still good. Oh, I'm full. Been getting steady hemp seeds. Oh, here's a boar. Let's try this sword. Ooh, yeah, my armor is much better. Boars can't kill me anymore. Boars can't kill me anymore, no mores. Boars can't kill me anymore. And he didn't drop loot again. Yay. Maybe they don't always drop loot. Maybe it's just random. Cool, there's blood on my sword blade, Begon. That is the best blood decal I've ever seen for a weapon, actually. Oh, no, I guess they did this in, like, Skyrim and stuff, yeah. Dragon Age. My bloody sword looks fucking awesome, though. Bloody sword, blood. Okay, a whole bunch more hemp and hemp seeds.
Oh wow, this dude I recruited, he came with like a full set of armor.
Ooh, good. Steal it.
No, I'm not gonna steal it, but no, it's
Why?
nice. This guy is like immediately a really good fucking murder monkey.
You don't want to steal his armor if it's superior? Wouldn't
Goal
that
is to make our people less shitty.
if we lose? No, the whole goal is to survive. If something like armor AC
I
from
don't
better
take
armor.
damage because I don't suck ass at combat.
That's true. You don't. Yeah.
NPCs do suck ass at combat. They need it.
Yeah.
And once I learned how to block, combat got pretty easy. As long as I'm not being like masked.
It's weird because I feel like there's a beehive here. Keep hearing bees, but I don't see it. Great Lord Ashbourne.
Are you in a position to go back to town and sleep?
Yep.
Or are you far away?
I mean, I wouldn't say I'm far. It's probably like 2 minutes.
Okay, I'm coming to town.
Alright. Coming back.
I think I need to place another villager bed or two. I'm sure we're getting close to cap.
New taxes. Yes, 99%. Oh, Patrick's den. Ooh, I want to duel the butcher. That's a lot of blueberry. Ooh, mixing bucket. Choose to opt for ignorance, sparing the details about the hogwash. Nice, I get to sit here while Begon just completes the game for me. It's the most lazy, beautiful co-op experience I've ever had, basically. I can't think of one better. I think one time, what did we used to really like RPG-wise, like co-op? Like Borderlands can be pretty good like that. When you've never done it. Like the first time you ever do Borderlands. Or, BG3 was good like this. Got my tactician. I wish Elden Ring was full co-op. I'm currently, like, I don't know, 15 hours into my final, like, Elden Ring playthrough as a mage. There is a co-op mod, but it breaks TOS. Oh, I went way too fucking far, huh? I went way too far. I did. Oops. Go back. Oh, I went way too far. Damn it. I was hoping to see an animal, but nope. I like that I feel like I'm outfitting an army, so the farming feels important. That's something that Russ got correct. Like, all of your efforts feel like it just makes your team stronger in terms of their collective. This game could really go pretty far. Ah, your icon makes it so I can't jump. So annoying. There we go. I wish Rust had teleporting. Teleporting's so good. Where are the boxes? I always have so much trouble fucking finding them for some reason. It's so annoying. Where are the boxes? It's so annoying. Where are they? There. Okay, there goes that. Now... Man, we're gonna be like Saruman soon. All the trees of the Fangorn are gonna be gone. I'm watching the peasants chop them. Feels really good to be not the only one farming. Like, throughout my Rust career, I noticed that I was like the only fucking farmer, really. All the rest of them just expected to rob other people, and you can't really count on PvP as an income source. It could be a nice supplementary, but you can't survive off of PvP income. You need, like, steady fuel, steady metal for bullets, and steady stone for upkeep, and wood to burn, metal, you know, and all that stuff. And so, like, I would farm and farm and farm, and you would feel like over 3 years of that, I felt like I was the only one. I was like the only one doing it. Not this game. They have like 10 people all out doing the same thing, and I actually really like that. Not the same thing, but like farming like you, and you don't feel like you're totally alone, which is good.
Yeah, overall I like the game mechanics pretty well.
Yeah, automation's really good. It's like genuinely like tip top of the era, really. I can't think of anything with this
kind of...
It's not
overpowered either, but it's like legitimately useful.
Yeah, it's like actually good.
And
I
it's
like the
definitely
box
required
system.
to progress.
Definitely what?
That's required to progress. You
Oh,
can
yeah.
never craft all this stuff yourself and actually make it through the game.
Well, you could, but would you want to spend that much time? No. Oh, this bush belongs to the town? Oh, yes, it does. Oops. Sorry I fucking tried to steal your bush, you uppity town. God here owns the bush. Don't touch his bush. you get arrows. Hope you guys like mushrooms and berries, because that's all I can find. We need a stump digger. Give one of these it.
Shovel. We got tons of those.
Yeah. Yeah, give one of these dudes a shovel, yeah. We need a ditch digger. You know, graveyard. What do they call the people who dig the grave digger? Yeah, we need a grave digger. For all the enemy corpses. Oh, I'm full. Fuck, I'm full already. God damn it. Fine. Can we ever take the town? No, I don't think you could shoot these people. I don't think it probably lets you. I think it makes this red shield. I noticed that all the women in this game look like Hermione. Man, I'm starting to get addicted to watching the loot roll. Well, I'm doing stuff, but like watching the loot roll is kind of addictive. Log, linen, mushroom, 4 mushrooms. Ooh, a bronze ingot, yeah. And I'm just transporting like fucking what's this called? Flax right now. I noticed that our cook really likes to smoke the mushroom. You know, this was the system I always kind of thought we would see with Conan Exiles. That's really more of a solo, well, not solo, but that's really more of like just you. There's no armies in Conan Exiles, unless they're players. I played this company's other game a couple of days ago called, what's that? Lost Odyssey or whatever. No, what is it? It's like, Last Oasis. That's a pretty good game, I would say. It's outside the box like this one. It has mobile base mechanics, which is pretty cool. That is outside the box. I liked the game a lot. The combat in particular really stood out. And I want to play that game big on if you ever have the time. Just for a few minutes, if nothing else.
Oh, one at a time.
Yeah, one at a time.
Right
I mean,
now.
I meant like that can be in years. I'm not talking about right now. Or even this year, buddy. I mean, like sometime we got to try that game because it is good. It's good. This company is good. I believe in their products. That's rare in this day and age. You know? There's another game like that too, but it's more like Rust, and I can't remember the name of it because they ripped off this company. What's this one? Is it Gorilla or something? No, Donkey something or another. I'm stealing all of Bradford's resources.
Thank you to everyone that bought up stuff over at beautifulbastard.com over this past week and a half. It was easily our biggest and best drop of the year. I cannot wait to see you guys loving what you get. Also, I'll say if you haven't got anything yet, there's still some stock available. But with that said, let's talk about yesterday with some commentary. Because unsurprisingly, a lot of the conversation had to do with the killing of that CEO. And as mentioned today with the general story and the updates there wasn't a lot of sympathy. With us seeing things like the suspect is someone who is denied healthcare, do you have any idea how little that narrows it down? As well as my sympathies to the friends and families of all the victims of health insurance companies. And when insulin costs $10 to make and yet they sell it for $700, which results in thousands of preventable deaths, I find it hard to shed tears for these people. Some others, including sadly for the CEO of United Healthcare, his death due to lead poisoning was deemed a pre-existing condition, so they can't pay out the claim. Suke, noting CEOs of healthcare will get more security now instead of addressing the
Sadly for the CEO of United Healthcare, his death due to lead poisoning was deemed a pre-existing condition, so they can't pay out the claim.
Oh, that's a shame. It is quite delicious how the left and the right are both completely fucking against this guy. It's only really these documents.
I didn't say this. This is somebody else's comment from a Philip DeFranco video, but yes. Yeah. Just being clear.
It's got the banksters terrified because they're realizing, oh shit, the left and the right agree on something, and it's our deaths.
I don't know about death. I just want them to stop harming us. I don't want to hurt them. If they stopped actively working against us, I wouldn't ever want to harm them ever. I still don't want to harm them.
Stalin was right about one thing.
Yeah.
I'm referring to his quote, "No man, no problem." It's the shortcut way, but it is definitely a way.
That's what I said today. I was like, so that's what we've come to now. We just cap our problems in the face. That's who America is now. We just sneak up on them in an ambush in the streets and just cap them in the face like some kind of fucking dirty ass assassin in the gutter.
I mean, it works. You
It
saw
does,
what
yeah.
you saw the change that's already happened, right?
Yeah, it works, but
That
I mean,
what was it, Premiere or something said they were gonna stop trying to put a cap on anesthesia coverage.
yeah, for three, like, what is it, like, I was thinking about how really truly horrible that is. So you get some kind of crazy surgery, and they're like, you can only have the pills for what was it? Was it 3 days, 3 weeks, something? They said three something or another. I can't remember what it was. It was like 3 months or something, and then after that, they just cut off the anesthesia entirely.
Well,
Which,
to use a quote from a dirtbag that was an actor in the Eternals movie, think of how many lives this could save.
yeah.
But no, seriously, think how many lives terrifying pharma executives could save.
I am evil. Listen to me laugh. I've turned into Lex Luthor. I am the evil man. I'm a kingpin. I'm evil. I just laugh at my own government's follies and their own problems that they when they stumble. And I'm like, ha ha ha, stupid government. Oh my god. Yeah, I can see how man could derive a lot of satisfaction out of stalking HMO executives. God damn it. Oh my god. I met this lady when she passed away, sadly, but I had this wonderful lawyer when I did my disability case. And she talked to me about her job, and she was like, "Yeah, I love my job." She was like, "I've never met anybody who loves their job as much as I love my job." And she's like, "I go after the government whenever they try to shortchange kids out of their disability money." And she's like, "I have like a 95% fucking conviction rate. I slam the government all the time." And I was like, "Really?" And she's like, "Yeah." And trust me, and she's like, "I get a lot of satisfaction from my job." She was very smug and proud about it. And she was like, "I battle for the children." And I was like, "Man, must be nice to have a job that you just absolutely fucking love to death. Like you just wake up in the morning and you go to battle for the kids, you know?" you fight the big government, Aaron Brockovich type, fucking like mass corporation government out of and you stand up there like some kind of crusader for the kids. And I was like, I could see how a person could derive a lot of satisfaction out of doing that, fucking the government over every single time that they ever try to shortchange kids out of disability. It's insane. Having certain types of jobs that you can just universally love. Like, I'm fairly sure that pro golfers really love their job. They only have to show up like 8 days a year or whatever it is. How many golf games does a golfer play a year, And they get there and it's like a country club and they're given like steak and filet mignon and, Cristal champagne and shit. And they're like wined and dined and probably comped up in the hotel and all this. And all they have to do is go play golf like Trump. I'm sure that Tiger Woods fucking just absolutely adores his own job. That's what I'm after with my job. I just want to really love my job like that, I do love my job like that. Smart people. They're not necessarily intelligent people, but they are emotionally intelligent people, I would say. I would say it's fairly emotionally intelligent to have a job that you really fucking love like that. But it's so hard to get. It's like this once in a lifetime thing. You have to work all of your life to do it. And you have to be fairly lucky too. It's stupid. I can see how man can derive a lot of satisfaction out of stalking HMO people. Ugh. Feels slimy even when I say it. I want to know, this guy, was he a leftist? This guy who just because as far as we know, right, this guy, he got away scot-free. I don't think they've got any evidence or like beyond the bullets or whatever, right?
Yeah, we have what he stamped or whatever on I think it was the shell casings.
Yeah, he stamped something on the shell casings. Did he? I've not looked at the story.
It was the 3Ds.
Ooh, the 3Ds. What's that mean?
I think it was, I could be wrong, I believe it was delay, deny, defend.
So this is, I mean, we knew it was ideological, but this, I mean,
Well, and you could interpret those D's different ways. Does delay mean like, do they refer to like healthcare, like delaying treatment, denying, what is it, denying coverage, defending your actions? You know,
yeah.
there's questions what he meant by that. And I was on poll earlier today, and there were a lot of people taking a screenshot of. There's some guy with the last name Walls, just like Tampon Tim, that's been. Apparently, this is the guy that tracked the e-bike that the shooter used to escape, and he's trying to help
Who
the
uses
police.
an e-bike to run from the cops? Oh my.
Yeah, I wouldn't use an e anything. It's all tracked. But there's a picture of this guy that's helping the police. And there's also apparently they got a picture of the shooter because he was a fucking dumbass, and he before the shooting was on camera at some other locations nearby with his fucking mask pulled down. So they've got grainy footage of his face uncovered. But the shooter, like the guy that we know is the shooter with his mask down, looks a lot like this Walls guy that's helping police. Some people were saying the nose looked different, but when you look at the smiles, they look fucking similar.
Oh no.
So that it's like, is the shooter so full of himself that he thinks he's gonna pretend to help police and actually lead them off the case? Because I don't know. People were commenting on it. Some people were saying, "Yeah, this is definitely the guy." Others were saying, "No, it's not him. The nose is different." Stuff like that.
Yep. I watched this funny film. Or no, it was a crime drama series on Netflix called The Unlikely Murderer. And I actually really liked this particular fucking crime drama series because it was built off of real life, but it was a bit of a dramatization, but it wasn't a dramatization in the drama sense of it. It was just they were trying to depict what happened. But the plot is that in 1986, the Prime Minister of Sweden, Olof Palme, was assassinated on the middle of the street in like Stockholm, I think. I believe it was. Let me see. Let me look at the plot here, but it's like it was a fictionalized account of a dude who murdered the president. And it was like kind of an interesting story because they took like a piece of real life stuff, which was like the assassination of the Swedish Prime Minister Olof Palme in 1986, but they wrote a weird series about it that was like fictional, about how funny this story actually kind of is, because this guy he assassinates the Swedish Prime Minister, who was able back then in 1986 to walk down the street in Stockholm unharassed by the citizens. He was universally loved except for the right wing. And so the guy who kills and this happened, the prime minister is killed by the far right in 1986, and he was walking down the street. It was like after work, and he was just walking down the fucking street because that's how peaceful Sweden is. They don't have gun crime. They don't have the prime minister getting assassinated on the fucking street or anything like that. They don't have cops on beat, like, you know, with batons and stuff like this, because there's never any crime, right? So, and I followed the story of this weird fictional thing on Netflix, but they were getting at this hilarious thing that this man assassinates the president, and then he writes a biography about it. He becomes rich and famous because of the biography, and the press accuses him of murdering the prime minister, and he lies and manages to successfully lie to the police over a what do they call that, lie detector test, right? And so they let him go. They're like, this guy didn't kill the prime minister. He passed the lie detector test, right? And so then later on, this guy runs for president. He straight assassinates the prime minister. He writes a book about it after they accuse him of assassinating the prime minister, and he passes the lie detector test, and then he gets rich and famous for being the guy who dodged the JFK murder assassination. They try to stick the murder assassination on him or whatever, and so he gets all this prestige, and then he runs for prime minister, and he doesn't make it, which is how it sort of sadly ends. But that was the end of the story. story. Was he kills the prime minister, then he gets famous by writing a book about it, and then runs for prime minister unsuccessfully, sadly. But that's kind of like where I think American politics are starting to head. When you hear stuff like about this, this, I'm sorry, it's not funny. Murder's not funny, but like this HMO dude, this HMO executive. If we're willing to do something like this to him, it won't be long. I mean, look at what happened to Trump this year. He took one in the ear. You know what I'm saying? It won't be long till we're doing this to anybody who takes power at all. It's not a good step. But imagine trying to kill the president, dodging the lie detector test, getting famous for it, using the money and the prestige from the book to run for president, becoming president, and taking over the world in that fashion. That's what this story was about, the unlikely murderer. It was kind of insane. And I was like, well, yeah, why not? Why not do that? Just get so good at passing the lie detector test that you get famous for like straight walking out of the detective's office, like the usual suspects or whatever, like Kaiser Sose. You just walk out of the office, you're like, I'm not the guy you're looking for or whatever, because you just...
I gotta check my laundry quick, I'll be right back.
All right. Yeah. Anyways, sorry. I didn't mean to go off on a rant. This was so good, actually. A fictional interpretation of how Stig Enström, the graphic designer who was named as the probable murderer of Sweden's Prime Minister Olof Palme, managed to elude justice right up to his death through a combination of audacity, luck, and a perplexed police force. What do we know about Stig Enström? How could the police let him get away despite being on his track? The murder was not planned well. Engström did everything wrong from the beginning, and almost no one believed his lies about what he actually did during that fateful night, 1986, in Stockholm, Sweden. But they never had any evidence. He didn't leave any evidence. Like, I think he burned his clothes and all this stuff, and they figured that out too. They like figured out that he burnt his clothes and all this. And when you begin to realize how really Machiavellian it actually is, that the guy is like trying to full-blown take over the country of Sweden, and he just kills the prime minister and then runs for prime minister afterwards. And he's just this dude. He's not some... He's this dude who works at a newspaper. He's not some, like, you know, some CIA hitman or any of this weird shit about, you know, deep state stuff or anything like this. He's just some dude at the who works at a newspaper. Oops. Gotta go back to the town. And I was like, well, yeah, why not become like, you know, like okay, look at, you know, I realized that we had this famous...
Okay, I'm back.
Welcome back. We had this famous Hollywood movie called Catch Me If You Can, which was about this liar who kind of like took over the FBI sort of a little bit in the terms of like he was this check forging dude who went like 25 years without getting caught, and then they finally caught him, and then they just hired him afterwards. They didn't like even make him go to jail really. They just made him show up to the FBI office the next day to clear up all the check forgery that he had basically created and all this. It was like it was sort of insane. And so we come to find out later, like 30 years later, like I loved that movie, universally loved that fucking movie, Catch Me If You Can, but that guy was a fucking liar. And yeah, like that's another example of it. Like okay, so we have this unlikely murderer story about how this guy tried to kill the prime minister and then ran for prime minister afterwards using the prestige he got for lying about it. But then we had this another time too with this famous Hollywood movie called Catch Me If You Can, starring Leonardo DiCaprio, where we had this like kid like run the FBI around for like 25 years doing check forgery and stuff. And so pretty much the day they finally caught him in France, They just hired him because he had basically written the book on check forgery for the FBI, essentially. He knew everything there was to know about it. He created all the crimes. All the people in the world that were doing check forgery were following, like, this dude's fucking, like, playbook and shit. And so the FBI, instead of making him go to jail, they just have him take over the check forgery unit at the FBI. And so not only did he and so we find this out later, when 20 years after Leo DiCaprio got famous off this Hollywood movie, we find this dude just lied to Hollywood. He lied to I think that was a Spielberg flick, if I recall. He lied to Spielberg and sunk that story to Spielberg, and it was complete. I mean, it was true what happened, but I mean, I don't know, that whole bit was debunked and all this, and so we come to find out that this dude pretty much took over the FBI. Instead of going to jail for the check and he was doing stuff like flying all over the world on the public's dime, and lying and passing the bars so he could lie as a check forging lawyer, or lie being a check forging airline pilot. He lied about being an airline pilot. He lied about all these crazy things, right? And so our thank you to him was to let him take over the FBI. That's what we did to this criminal. We let him take over the FBI check forging unit. We should have just abolished the FBI. We should have just abolished the FBI. He's right about this, because it's just silly. And I think about these Machiavellian plots of assassinating, HMO figureheads and shit. And I'm like, our world is getting a little bit scarier. No, please don't kill me for no reason or something. It's Well,
the world's been much more stable in recent history than it ever has been before.
It's funny.
Some fighting.
I agree with him, actually. I believe it has been the most stable I think we've ever been. When you look at Bill Wirtz's History of the World, I guess, you begin to understand that we haven't had a world war recently, and that's a good thing,
Oh, there's always conflicts going on, but they're smaller conflicts in less prosperous parts of the world. Mm-hmm. We haven't had that in human history, I don't believe, where it's calmed down so much. Usually people are just murdering each other left and right, border skirmishes, just crazy shit constantly.
You know what we should do, Begon? We should lie and sue Blizzard for not destroying our lives, obviously, but destroying our health, right? Take over Blizzard and fix Blizzard. This is the kind of Machiavellian shit that people are doing now. And we could obviously do that without ever firing a shot, I think. We could just probably sue Blizzard for destroying an entire generation's worth of health. No, they have all kinds of disclaimers and stuff now.
A much more likely way to get that
but I want to save Blizzard by suing Blizzard.
Elon Musk that buying Blizzard is a good choice.
Something like that, yeah. We should Machiavellian convince Elon Musk to buy. I mean, Elon Musk likes Diablo 4.
Well, so Elon Musk has stated that he wants to acquire a video game company.
Yeah, Blizzard.
He wants X to basically evolve into the everything company, not just Twitter. Yeah. So he is looking at acquiring game development as one of his things that X does, and well, there's a game developer that would be great if he bought it.
Yeah, it'd be okay if he owned Blizzard. It would be a lot better than Bobby Cockdick.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. Even if you don't like Elon Musk in general, he
still
he's
runs
a money
a
man.
better
He
company.
knows how to run a company, and he's sure as shit gonna do a better job than current Blizzard leadership. Even if he's a bad leader, he'll probably be better than them.
Why did you shut down the survival game, you piece of shit, Cockdick? Why did you shut down that survival game? I was pretty much alive for that.
What kind of insult is that?
I mean, that's what Asmongold calls him, Cockdick.
Who, Elon Musk?
No, Bobby Cockdick.
Oh.
Bobby Cockdick was the problem with Blizzard. He's been ousted now too. He's fucking full blown gone. But that was the problem. That was all the murder charges and all the breast milk stealing charges and all that stuff with the California inquiry and all this. And Cockdick's gone now. But Asmongold called him Cockdick for 2 years because he is a cockdick. And yeah, Elon Musk is a better cockdick than Cockdick. I don't particularly like giant executives like this that run giant hegemony conglomerates. You know what I'm saying? I don't really favor them, really. But they definitely do better than some of our other conglomerates, or other executives. I wouldn't call Elon our executive. Isn't that an Australian dude? Or no, he's not. Where?
He's South African.
South Africa. But where's Tesla based? Isn't that in Australia?
No, it used to be California. Now it's
How's it
in.
California?
Now it's Texas because they got taxed out of the state. In fact, a lot of people were complaining about it because it was literally triggering a
Oh, yeah.
mass invasion of Texas.
Oh, very good. So they're in Palo Alto, California, and Austin, or sorry, Tesla Road, Austin, Texas. Austin, Texas, yeah.
Yeah.
So, Gigafactory Shanghai produces the Model 3 and Model Y. So they're also based out of Shanghai. Berlin Brandenburg is their other branch. So he's all over the world. San Carlos, California, Austin, Texas. So okay, so when I say we, I guess you could call him an American executive because if they're based out of Austin, Texas, is that not an American executive? I think these definitions need to be made. I mean, is that an American executive?
He's definitely an American executive,
Right.
but because he's foreign born, people that don't like him and can at least be rest assured he's not going to be running for president unless if that law gets changed.
I mean, wasn't Obama foreign born?
He was, but he had a doctored phony birth certificate that he presented.
But I mean, it was. I mean, was that ever like proven? No, I mean, like not proven that he
It's
did
been
it, but
analyzed by a
Right.
lot of experts.
But I
that
mean, no,
have-
no. Like, was it proven that he was born in? Where did they say he was born? Wasn't it Egypt or
Hawaii.
something like that? Oh,
Oh,
was it Hawaii?
no.
Oh, okay.
The narrative claim and the false birth certificate claim have been that he was born in Hawaii, but he
Hawaii.
wasn't born in Hawaii. I don't know where he was born, but it wasn't the States. They made up that shit so he could still try to run for president.
Okay, so I mean, like that. Anyway, the main point I was trying to make is the envelope has been pushed already.
Well, I mean, the stated reasons for why we have that, if I'm recalling correctly, it's because we didn't want people with split loyalties. But people already have split loyalties that are born in the States. I mean,
Yeah.
hell, look at like Ben Shapiro, the guy I was whining about last time we played. He has gone on the record stating the only reason why he has any loyalty to the United States of America is because we are the guarantors of Israel. He doesn't give a fuck about this country outside of the fact that we guarantee Israel's existence. But as far as I think Ben Shapiro's native-born American. So what I'm trying to say is there's people with split loyalties that are allowed to run for president, and we don't seem to give a shit about that anymore because we don't care about the original reason why we made it so you had to be a native-born English or native-born American. So I personally think that we should or get rid of the have to have been born in the country thing.
Yeah,
I don't
Wow,
think that it
that's more
serves the
open-minded than
purpose.
I would.
I don't think it serves the purpose that it was originally put in there to serve. I think that
Yeah.
it doesn't stop the problem because people ideologically are still disloyal to this country. It's not because they're born here or not born here. They have an ideology that tells them this is not their true home.
Yes.
And I'm not trying to be anti-Semitic when I say that because I know a lot of Jewish people do. Well, I know there's disagreement in the whole Jewish community. Some of them think Israel is false and needs to be torn down. Other ones think it is the return of their holy land. But it's also true that, I mean, that does cause split loyalties for a certain segment of the population. But no, I don't think that just because you weren't born here that you don't have full loyalty to the States. I mean, like Elon Musk's case, South Africa has gone to shit for a lot of reasons that I won't get into for now, but I think that the opportunities that coming to America afforded him, I'm sure that gave him a lot of American loyalty, made him actually appreciate the country more than a lot of native-born Americans. And sure, he does business with communist China, and he toes the line a little harder than I would like him to, but that's unfortunately what you have to do to make money.
If he has a global community on his global social media platform and his global billionaire elitist crew or whatever you want to call it, like his cronies and all this, will he present their? Will he follow their interests or will he follow America's interests?
No, I think he toes the line
You
in
think
order
so?
to do business.
You trust him to do so?
But
I don't
think-
fault
I
your
think
reasoning.
I think Elon Musk has like his own personal red lines. Like he'll go so far to appease the Chi-Com, but I'm sure there's a point where he won't bend over backwards to make Xi Jinping happy. But he definitely does what he has to do business in communist China, which, I mean, there's a lot of bending over and kissing the ring kind of stuff you have to do to pull that off. I don't know. I think he's his own man. I think that he does have what's usually called fuck you money. Like he has money, he's willing to take his shit and leave, or he's willing to tear down the castle to spite someone that pissed him off.
Yep.
but he definitely likes to toe the line if it keeps business running. So he knows when to flip the table because he's pissed off, but he knows when to sit down and just deal with it too.
Yeah.
Elon's done plenty of things that I haven't liked. He's done plenty of things I have liked. To me, he's like a gray Jedi. You know, he's not evil. But don't count on him to help you either.
I don't trust these corporate meritocracy people any further than I can throw them because I don't know them. If I ever were to meet them, I would change my opinion. I take my people on a case-by-case basis.
So there's
I've
different
never met
kinds
the
of
man,
corporate.
so I don't judge him. I don't care. You know.
So like Elon Musk, he's pretty much a self-made man. Yes, he did take advantage of like U.S. government
Who
tax
doesn't,
write-offs
though?
and stuff.
I mean, everybody
But
does that, though.
Elon's fairly self-made. There's a lot of people that get in through nepotism, like a friend of a friend. I mean, hell, like the CEO of the corporation that I work for. She fucking failed upwards. She fucking ruined Wizards of the Coast, or at least sure as shit helped. And now she's running another company that I haven't liked a lot of her decisions, but yeah, anyway, it remains to be seen. She's only in the position half a year.
What happened with Wizards of the Coast?
Lots of woke shit. Lots of things that don't have any place in Dungeons and Dragons. Lots of bringing real life politics into a fantasy setting that doesn't have any business having any of that shit.
Okay, I was just curious.
I mean, I know you don't play D&D tabletop, but if you had the updated revised handbook, I could go over a lot of things in that handbook that are disturbing to see inside of a D&D handbook. But also, like, for example, because the woke left has decided that Gary Gygax, like one of the fathers of D&D, they've decided that he's a heretic and a heathen that must be destroyed.
I
by
love
any
Gary
possible-
Gygax, just
Yeah.
weighing in on my own.
Oh, I'm saying
Yeah.
the woke left.
Oh.
Like, the woke left that runs Wizards of the Coast
Yeah.
has decided that Gary Gygax is a heterosexual male patriarchy that is somehow racist. I don't think they have any actual basis to it. I sure as shit haven't seen any evidence that he is beyond they don't like straight white men, so they decided not to like Gary Gygax, basically. But Wizards of the Coast has been writing him out of articles and statements they've made about the game and its creation. They've basically been trying to whitewash Gary Gygax out of D&D, out of the history, out of the fandom. They don't allow any mention of him at conventions. I mean, that's why Elon Musk was talking about buying Hasbro so he could acquire Wizards of the Coast, because he got really pissed off about how they were disrespecting Gary Gygax's memory, and he said those people are going to burn in hell.
Wow.
So, yeah, I mean, Elon's fired up about something that I'm fired up about too, and yeah, even if you like a lot of the lefty stuff that Wizards of the Coast has been doing, you should still, if you care about D&D, you should be pissed off that they're shitting on like the creator of D&D.
When I think of D&D, I think of it as an open rule set with nothing but the rules set by the creators. So what's in the world, I'm surprised that the community is torn, because what's in the world is entirely up to the DMs. And if you don't want woke stuff in your game, then you don't do woke stuff in your game, right?
That's what you would think, but
Right,
I mean,
but
a lot of
I
woke
guess
people can't stand alternatives existing. It's authoritarian in many cases.
changing the language of the dungeon guide is a fairly strong move that didn't probably need to be done. Couldn't they have just left it how it was written in the 70s? Isn't that sort of, you know?
Well, it's the kind of stuff like Disney going and
That's like
putting
changing the
disclaimers
Bible.
on the Lion King and saying some of this content may be offensive to certain audiences. It's like, but that's basically applying that the content in the Lion King is offensive. Or like you watch Aladdin and it'll have some disclaimer about racist stereotypes and tropes.
There is some racist stereotypes and tropes in Aladdin because it comes from that area of that content.
There's a few goofy things, but they don't need to have a fucking trigger warning
I
about
think the
it.
worst thing was the monkey. That's about it. I guess I got that, and the depiction of Jahar was sort of, gauche.
They do have some references to certain parts of the Islamic
But
world.
I mean,
like,
he was an
you
evil
steal an apple, your arm
man.
comes off.
From
Jafar does make one reference to Muhammad as well, which I thought was kind of weird considering Disney is usually trying to keep more of a fantasy setting. but having Jafar make a straight reference to Muhammad seemed out of place.
Yeah, but I mean but remember they were trying to source. I believe Disney at the time was trying to appease the source material, which is, the Arabian Nights.
Yeah, it's Iran pre-theocracy.
It is, and so like to him, I think it's just character depiction, or what do they call it? Exposition. I think it's exposition. He was attempting to do exposition. I don't believe any of that stuff was directly racist. The monkey was directly racist, but in such a fucking childlike way. I don't believe you could hold it up in court even. You know what I'm saying?
Well, it's not like every little bit of perceived racism needs to be destroyed.
No.
It's not like Apu's saying, let's go kill the Browns.
Aunt Jemima
You know,
is fucking racist, but I wouldn't change the fucking bottle, and it's weird because...
What's racist about Aunt Jemima? Can you actually quantify that or explain it? Because I believe completely opposite. I think it's not racist. I think it's anti-racist, if anything, because it's the idea of, like, a friendly, well-to-do, well-meaning black woman making you a delicious breakfast. I don't think there's anything racist or tropey about that.
Now, you remember I can't say the phrase. I can't do this conversation. I'm terribly sorry.
That's
I'm
fine.
going
If
to
you can do this on YouTube or something, that's totally fine.
I'm going to use some letters in the hopes that you understand what the fuck I'm going to say. Maybe Uncle Ruckus might be a good close by amalgamation to the phrase that I'm going to say, or not say, but going to hint at here. UT. So
Yeah,
when you
I know
hear
what you're hinting at. I don't think
AJ,
they're
when you hear Aunt Jemima, you there's a connotation of a slave-owned woman who's been set to make molasses syrup for the master. And that is the connotation in Aunt Jemima that can't be touched because it's a fucking bottle of syrup, pancake syrup.
So where do you get that from?
That's the.
Like,
I mean
what
that.
tells you it's a slave thing?
It's because there's a history with the UT phrase that we've heard before that I can't touch with a 10-foot clown pole without getting banned off YouTube. I can't go into that conversation.
Okay, because I'm not saying
we call this
to be,
the
like,
person, the
like,
slave that is smart. I would say is the UT. Recently we saw a movie about this, Django Unchained and stuff, where Samuel L. Jackson portrayed the UT, and I don't want to use the fucking phrase because I will get banned. You know what I'm saying? I'm dead serious. And so when you hear the phrase Aunt Jemima, you hear something reminiscent of something else out of that era that was a really indelibly black mark upon this country's history. And so now, is Aunt Jemima guilty of anything? No. Could Aunt Jemima be touched by a lawyer? No. But the connotation is there. And this came up recently with the woke argument a lot lately with like old weird base stuff like the Coppertone ad being slightly pederast. Or, and I don't like censoring stuff for this reason, especially because the person who came up with the Coppertone ad or the Aunt Jemima bottle. Well,
I didn't like the Coppertone thing because I thought that was a little bit indecent.
I don't like the Coppertone ad or Aunt Jemima bottle because it sucks because my imagination runs wild with those. It sucks. Now, but and this is what's so shitty about this woke stuff about censorship and stuff. Just because my mind goes there doesn't mean that the goddamn Aunt Jemima was offensive even by the person who created the bottle or anything like that. There's this unspoken accusation in the woke cancelization that I do not like, because if you were to step in a courtroom of law, Aunt Jemima wouldn't lose. You know what I'm saying? This argument doesn't stand up in a court of law, therefore it invalidates it for me, and then I'm anti-woke when it comes to that sort of cancellation of stuff. And now I'm done. I'm sorry.
Well, I mean, like, I don't think about racism unless if like someone's screaming about it usually. Like I try to think about other things. So like when I see Aunt Jemima, kind of like what I told you about, I think just a nice homely southern woman making me a delicious breakfast. That's what I think about. I don't think about all the rest of that crap. And I've never seen any parallels to the UT, as you say. So I don't think about that. But I will say that whenever I see Pearl Milling Company, I deliberately don't buy it, even if it looks tastier than the Mrs. Butterworth's next to it.
Aunt and uncle have very terrible connotations because of slavery. Both of them.
I hear what you're saying. I think I've
Okay,
heard
okay,
that,
you got
I
it.
think I've heard that trophy association before.
Yeah.
It doesn't mean that I think any black
What?
woman with aunt in front of her name is a
No.
reference to that.
No, no, not at all. And you're right. And this is where the distinction needs to be made. I don't like that we've become so politically correct about this and so politically, PC thug about this. I don't like it any more than you do. But I get why the libs make this argument. It's because it's this slippery slope. If every single ad on all of our bottles is somehow overtly racist, it pushes this further and further slippery slope of based in fallacy. It's not it's an assumption to say that it would ever get that bad, and I don't believe it would. You know, they want to sell the products. They don't want to scare people or bother people. You know, so it's this weird, shaky assumption to say that the products, they themselves become this bastion for racism. But that's the leftist argument. It's like this slippery slope. If you let one thing slide through, then eventually you have all the ads on all the bottles are racist. And if you accept one thing, then you've got to accept all of it. And that's the problem. We call this the slippery slope fallacy. That doesn't.
I don't accept any of it. I say that the line is here. It's not moving. I oppose it. I'm not going to buy your shit anymore if you do it at all.
Yeah. Okay. Well, and that's fair. Boycott's fair. You know, there's nothing unfair for you to. Say that. You know.
I know my boycott doesn't matter for shit here, but
I think you'd be surprised. I think
I'm still going to be a one-man boycott.
Mm-hmm. Oh, you can.
I'm fine being a one-man boycott.
Yeah, I don't buy gas guzzling cars, I guess.
Well, I buy economical cars because I don't like to waste money.
No.
I'm not going to buy some hippie shit car because...
And I have a bias to the Ford monstrosity or whatever they made fun of on The Simpsons, the Canyonero or the Denali, right? And I see Denali's driven by wonderful fellow Americans every single fucking day. And I'm like, well, I have this bias against the Denali for it being this, what is that, fucking 21 miles a gallon or something like that. I mean, what is that? That's like after 13 gallons, you've gone like maybe 150 miles or something. That's insane. I mean, right now, how much is gas? It's like $2 and some odd. I mean, anyways. So then I have this old bias about this, but honestly, that person can do whatever the fuck they want to do with their money. My bias about the product that they bought isn't fair to them. Wow, you have a lot of deer trophies here and wolf trophies.
You got us a lot of renown placing those.
This is slightly shocking. This is going to fill up, isn't it? It's going to get bigger and bigger.
Well, I stopped making more of them at some point, but...
Let them make them.
Well, so the thing is, you can take your trophies, and you can either make them into those post trophies that I put down, and that gives renown, or you can take the animal trophies, like the boar tusk and wolf tooth, and you can sell them to the trader, or sorry, you can sell them to the town elder in each town, and it gives you town trust level, just like Candy and Bandit coins does. It's a lesser value, but you can take boar tusks and trade them directly for town trust, which is what allows us to eventually like do a liberation event with a town. But also town trust is what lets us get the better recruits from the towns.
Yeah. In Rust, your skull can be taken as a trophy, and it has your name on it. And they even gave it a nice little skeleton head stand that really stands out. And you haven't been a real Rust player until your enemy has broken into your base and built several stands of pedestals with your skull on it for display as you wake up. And so you get into the game and you log into your base and all of your loot is gone, and all there is a really sick horror show fucking scene of your skull displayed on you know, skull stands, trophy stands. As the sick person who killed you leaves your head 5 times on pedestals in your own base.
Born does not care from whence the blood flows, only that it does.
Yeah, I don't know. Keeping your enemy's skull, that's like weird Vlad
No,
the
it's
Slayer
that's
stuff.
that's blood for the blood god, skulls for the skull throne. That's what that is.
No, it's sick and weird. They're called fetishes. This is what serial killers do.
No, this is literally people like LARPing as corn cultists.
Damn corn cultists. The price of ethanol keeps rising.
No, KHORN. And there might be an E at the end, I can't remember. Yeah, we have a... In order to liberate this first town, we have to research the bell tower, and I don't have the bell towers in available research yet, so I need to figure out what the hell's up with that.
Bell tower sounds like bronze. You got bronze ingots?
We have tons of bronze.
Very good.
And unfortunately, the tech tree is really nice and detailed and all that shit, but it doesn't have a search function.
Yeah.
It could really use a search function. It's like I'm just stumbling around, not knowing what I'm doing, and I can't search. I think they're okay. So I put the town hall down. We have to build the town hall.
Okay.
Town hall unlocks an advanced research desk, and that is probably what's required to do the bell tower. So I think we have to finish our village hall. Now the thing stopping us from that is we need to get wheat, because wheat's what you turn into, what, thatch or straw or whatever. It's the thing you use to build like the rooftops on the more advanced buildings. So I'm thinking what might be more effective is if the two of us just go and do a little sneak raid on the wheat farm.
Can we build a base at the wheat farm and just take it over?
Maybe? I mean,
you don't need to build big. We just need to put
there's
one
a horde of
dude
brigands
there, right?
defending it, so I don't know if we can even take our people. We could definitely build a sign next to it. I'm down for building a sign on the road as close as it lets us.
Yeah. I'll bring 2 logs and 5 stone and 2 wood.
I have a sign not too far from it at Padstow, but I'm
Yeah,
gonna
but we want to
teleport
go
there.
to the wheat farm like 3-second walk, you know? We want to
Yeah.
be able to move wheat back and forth really fast.
As far as I know, this is the only place to get wheat from, too.
At least right now, yeah. Usually what they do is they unlock vendors later. You know?
I went to the thresher, and there's... You can make it into 2 things. You can make wheat into the building material, and you can make it into like wheat, like actual wheat grains. And I don't think those are plantable, which is what I was hoping, is I could just take the wheat grains and plant, and then, you know, because I stole like 3 things of wheat from the farm, now I can just farm my own. I don't know that that actually is possible.
No wheat seeds?
Yeah, there's a thresher by all the farming stuff that I set up, but I'm putting down the foundation for... Oh, wow. So normally when you put signs down, you have to do it X number of meters from the village.
Yeah.
Not the case for the wheat farm. It's not considered a village, so I can place it right next to. I'm placing it outside of aggro range of the guards, obviously, but yeah, I can do it very close. Looks
We
like.
could put a base down and man it. Like, you know, like put 2 dudes out there and have them guard that place.
Well, I don't know how it works, because there might be a point where we just take over the wheat farm and it's not an issue anymore, or this might literally just be a place we have to sneak into and steal
Oh,
wheat
cool.
from.
That's a drop box. Will he take stuff back to the town? Yeah. Oh, I don't want to run back to all these boxes anymore. I just want to come from the sign to a drop box. Can we do
Well, you
that?
can go to work camps and you can drop stuff off in the work camps because they have their own inventory.
And they'll just
usually.
move it because there's a work camp here at our sign
Yeah,
that's
they should
so
move
much
everything.
closer. Right on. That's helpful. Thank you. Okay,
But
so
you don't need to worry about bringing materials. I'm getting the materials right now.
I'm not. I'm warping to you.
Yes. Well, you can even wait because as soon as I find 2 more stones, I'll have the other post built down here. Just need to find 2 stones somewhere. It's always hard to find them when I need them, but I think I just found them. Okay, yeah, just give me like 30 seconds and well, not even 30. I'll have this built. But this way we can make little wheat raids and keep our stock up, because I think that's literally what's capping our progress right now. Is we need to get the town hall built so we can unlock the tech bench, which will let us start building the more advanced stuff. All right, signs up.
So I can't travel. Oh, there we go.
Oh yeah, if there's enemies too close. Well, they
No,
pad
no, no.
around.
If you stand on it, it makes it really hard to click it.
Okay. So if we aggro it, we need to run. But basically, just come here and steal what you can.
Yes,
Fill your
sir.
bags up, and we'll take it back to town. But yeah, obviously, watch the NPC markers. These are like brigands, so they're actually advanced guards. They will kick your ass. These are the ones that are guarding the actual towns that are not hostile to us.
You're in the farmer's crop again, aren't you?
Well, it's supposed to be there's like a despot lord that's running the area, and he's basically hired a bunch of elite bandits and equipped them, and now they're brigands is what they go by. And he's using them to like extort villagers and keep the place under control. So they do protect the towns from the unsanctioned bandits, but they are themselves bandits, and these are those.
Okay.
All right, my bags are full of wheat. I'm going back. Yeah, like, I don't think we need like fuck tons of wheat, but having like 100 or 200 of the wheat would really help us as far as getting some thatch made for the town hall roof, which is probably also going to be required if we want to start crafting better houses later. I'm sure there's a better house than the little shacks we've been making. So, oh, you're not with me. Yeah, there's a little thresher thingy here.
Oh, I just dumped in the Dropbox.
It takes
So-
farming level 3 to mess with this, apparently.
Oh, so that's a barrier.
Well, it just means we need
Oh.
NPCs to do it. But
Oh, okay.
yeah, I don't have farming level 3, so I can't mess with the wheat. But we have people who will.
I should have left my arrows.
Does mean I can start reading farming books, though.
This field is disappearing as I farm it, and it won't be here forever. It's a big field, though.
The wheat? No, it
Yeah.
respawns.
Oh, it does. Oh, good. Okay.
Yeah, just like everything except like
Oh,
stone.
I thought stuff didn't
respawn.
respawn. Well, I mean, I thought new stuff spawned, but I didn't realize it respawned.
So if it comes from a permanent node, it doesn't seem to respawn. So like stones on
Yeah,
the ground,
stones
those
on the
don't
ground.
respawn. But that's because there's nodes everywhere. You can harvest from stone nodes that don't disappear. You can mine ore, which gives stone as a byproduct, and that doesn't disappear ever. But then like trees do not go away forever. They come back after a season, as long as there's not a building next to them.
You are standing on the sign, and I cannot teleport.
You are standing on the
No,
side.
I moved. I moved off. You didn't jump. You didn't jump.
You didn't move off.
I
just
did. I moved. I moved off again. There we
I
go.
jumped as soon as you moved. Now I know why you weren't moving, though. Probably should build another travel sign like the south end of our base, because I don't always want to teleport exactly where we have that sign at. Or, oh, and actually even better would be we can build roads, so we could actually
Oh, we can build a road. Oh,
Yeah.
fucking sweet! I want
We
one
could
right
build a
outside my
road.
door.
That's exactly what we could do, and then we could, when the road's outside the door, you could use that to build whatever it's called. Oh,
Teleport.
and
home.
I just aggroed the guards, so I'm running like a bitch.
And then when you want me to sleep, I can just go right to my fucking front door. You know?
The guards are trying to kill me.
No.
Yeah, I mean, I tried fighting these guards once, and I got fucked up, so I learned don't play with the guards. Plus, there's like at least 10 of them. There's at least 10, and they're all really strong guards that I wouldn't want to take more than like 1 or 2 of on at a time. Unfortunately, they patrol day and night, so there's no time to just come in and steal. You just need to steal whenever you feel like you can. I kind of like this cat and mouse gameplay, even if it's kind of stupidly easy to
It's
steal.
original. I've never seen gameplay like this particular loot of stealing a field while they patrol. This is original, and we like seeing brand new stuff, you know?
I'm glad to see the NPCs are just churning out straw for us. Oh, we aggro.
The best
I don't know.
the best loot in New World is up behind these crazy raid dungeons that take like at least 100 people to clear. And so, like, you know, like the loot in New World can sometimes feel like this. You'll go behind the enemy lines and stuff. It's pretty cool.
Oh, I almost one-shot this dude. I'm gonna kill him. Fuck this
yeah,
guy.
fuck this guy.
I mean, until his friends show up, I'm gonna run as soon as his friends get here. But I'm gonna kill him.
Oh, killed me.
Died?
Yeah,
Oh. But you're helping to split the aggro.
sorry.
Shit, they're gonna get me. Yep, they got me.
Yeah.
Man, I got my guy down to a sliver. He was so close to dead.
Yeah, this guy, I heard him in like maybe 1/10 of his bar.
My guy hit him in the head with an arrow as he was coming, so he was half dead immediately. But I got him so close, but all of his buddies jumped me. That's why I stopped, because I was like, oh, I might actually be able to kill him before his friends show.
Yeah, if we kill the thing, we'd be unmolested for a few minutes.
Yeah, I don't know what the respawn rate is, but I'm sure they go away for at least a day or two if you kill the camp.
We could just kill the camp.
Well, going off how hard those guys hit, we might actually have a wipe if we took our army out.
They're surrounded by foes. I'll take the other sign, I guess. I'm not blocking you.
I was gonna say, I mean, they'll patrol away from the sign in time too.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, they're still up next to the sign. I see them on the map.
There it is. You can jump. Oh, is this your body? I'm sorry, I didn't mean to approach. I didn't think I could see your body.
I mean, you could have stolen my arrows, like 3 pieces of food, and a whole bunch of wheat.
No.
There's not that much to steal anyway.
Like last night I caught a dude up at the end of Merkgard, and he was in the back behind of the fucking corrupted portal, and I went back there with him. I followed him because I was like, where is this guy going? He's ahead of the entire fucking pack, but he's off to do something else. So I followed the lead guy in the ECR, and he went back there, and I went back there with him. And in the back of Merkgard, there's like 15 fucking nodes, all within about 15 yards. Like all of the best, it's like Orichalcum and, oh, they aggroed. I didn't realize. I'm at the sign, I didn't realize they aggroed. God damn it. Turn around, did he one-shot me?
Run away.
Oh, well, I can just teleport back. And so I went back there and I was like, oh my god, this is the most ore I've ever seen in the game. All in like a 10-foot, like little line and some back alley. And that's an example of like I have seen like farming behind enemy lines, because if you were to I don't know, going into Merkgard alone is probably the hardest thing I've ever seen in gaming. It sort of rivals, like, I would imagine going into BRD alone without being a rogue. I mean, how would you... I mean, not BRD, but, like, Molten Core. It would be like trying to reach the end of Molten Core by yourself if you weren't a rogue. I don't believe it to be possible, really. They have a quest that makes you go into Mirkgard to pointedly show you that you can't do it. And so that's kind of cool. I have seen farming resources behind enemy lines before. Wait. I went too far. I don't know why they aggro me by the sign. They must have seen me when I was in the field, I guess. They're still there. They're like walking back now. If you return to the area, they pat back, I think. But I don't think they do right away unless you come back from some other means. But I'm noticing like a deja vu thing where every time I approach this monument, they're pathing perfectly back. Like as I approach, like they've designed it to, you know, to avoid aggroing you as you reapproach your body, I think. Okay, I have all this wheat again. Guys are off the sign. So if you're on the road, do you run faster?
No idea.
Because, like, what would the point of making a road be, really? I think that's how it works in Valheim. I don't know about this game. I missed it. You want to sleep?
Yep.
Day 30. It's been a month. I should make it cheesy, like, I played Nightingale for 30 days and this is what happened. I got my ass stomped 15 times. Lots of wheat in this box.
Yeah, I think we've probably got enough wheat for now. I mean, well, you're free to keep collecting. We might actually need a shit ton of wheat. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know. So I'll just go do that until something better comes along.
Yeah, because they're making the threshy stuff, and once they're done, then we should have the town hall, and I can make the advanced workstation. By the way, stop dumping almost empty quivers.
Oh, yeah. Well, but I mean, they take up space.
Yeah, so I just built the outhouse. You might have noticed there's no way to delete items in this game. The outhouse is how you delete them. You just take them to the outhouse and dump them.
Oh, okay. But I mean, they stack, don't they? No?
No, you can't restack arrows.
Oh, I didn't know. Oh.
I don't think you can.
Oh, I thought it was. No, you can. You can. If you pull, you can't stack them, but if you pull out, it will replenish the stacks that you have. I'm fairly sure.
Oh, you sure are getting a lot of straw. Alright, so I have to turn the straw into thatch, and that's what makes it buildable.
Get to work.
They're the ones that get to work, not me. But I need to figure out where the building is for thatch. I don't even know if I actually placed it already. Mixing bucket. Yeah, here's one thing they seem to be missing. I don't think they tell you whether or not you've already placed an object. So like the mixing bucket, I don't think there's a way to make it tell me if I've placed a mixing bucket yet.
Yeah.
Because I don't know that I have, but I might have. Oh wait, yes I have right there. And it's not the mixing bucket, it's something else.
Oops. I went to the wrong sign. Got out.
Oh, it's the Weaver Loom is where you make this shit. Okay. Alright, well I've got the work production queued, at least at this point.
So I figured out that it's kind of a fun trick to jump up on a wall and shoot them in the face. Now their archers eventually solve that issue, but you do have a little bit of leeway there. Just jump up on a fucking wall before you even enter the camp, and then all the melee can't reach you. And it works, especially if you shoot the archers, which I didn't think to do the first time I did this, but damn guys. Yep, they always walk back as I approach. I think there's some kind of thing in the code where they don't want the dudes, like, you know, camping your body.
I definitely prefer they don't camp my body.
Yeah.
You see what I meant by they're really deadly and we don't want to mess with them?
Yeah. I headshot the last one 2 times. It still wasn't enough to kill him. So I was like, no, I don't think I could do 3. They catch up, you know. Oh, these guys aggroed immediately. Dirt road. Nice. Eventually, do we get a stone road?
These people need to craft faster. I need this researcher to research faster. She's slow.
Craftsman's Nook.
Oh, we have 10 out of the 20 thatch that we need.
Oh, good. I've just been bringing weed back and forth.
Yeah, that's working. It's just a matter of needing the NPCs to keep doing their thing. Because they don't do it that fast.
What? Nice achievement.
I voted for an election.
Cool. Oh, at least I can warp. What? Fucking jank. Oh, at least I had fast travel here.
Kind of hate this waiting period, to be honest. Just waiting and waiting, waiting for Thatch.
No! Yeah. I don't like the combat, it's garbage. You can't fight. Everything's 10 times stronger than you. It's fucking stupid. Looting was too annoying because it's too annoying. No, I don't want to die again. damn it. It's here for 2 seconds. You know, the bandits annoy me less than Mortal. The bandits in this game annoy me less than the bandits in Immortal. They're about as janky, but... Oh, come on, man. Come on, man. I can't seem to get near this camp without aggro anymore. Oh my god, you immediately aggroed again! Come on, man, I wasn't even that close to them. Come on, man. I kind of hate aggro. It's so dumb.